Murphy. We'll be joined by Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and we have our City Clerk Judy Heron. Ms. Heron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. And again, echoing a welcome to our special and regular July 11th City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for public comment on that item, if you are participating virtually, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. For anyone participating in person, you can complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. That includes my introductions at this time, and Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask my colleagues, I would like to go ahead and request the reordering of closed session items to discuss Q1 immediately following C1. So we have two closed session items. One was originally ordered for prior to the open session and one was for after. I'd like to see if there's any consensus on reordering it so that we have the ability to discuss both prior to open session. Okay, seeing that my colleagues are amendable to that. City Clerk Heron, can you please call for public comment on the closed session items C1 and Q1?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on closed session item C1, conference with legal counsel for existing litigation, or Q1, conference with legal counsel for existing litigation, participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on our closed session items C1 and Q1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. So at this time, the City Council will adjourn to closed session and report out immediately following the closed session. We are anticipating reconvening this meeting approximately between 6 and 6:15. So at this time, we are adjourning to closed session. Thank you.
Okay, having our city council back on our in-person dais. Mayor Willison, you may recall the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and hello again. I am Mayor Jen Wallison, and I would like to recall to order the City Council's July 11th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note that public comment speaker time may be limited depending on the number of speakers for each item. I would like to reintroduce city council members and staff present. We have Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor, city council members Drew Combs, Maria Dorr, and Betsy Nash. And with staff present, we have City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, our City Attorney Nira Doherty, and of course, we are joined by our City Clerk Judy Herron. I would like to introduce City Attorney Nira Doherty for a report out from tonight's closed session.
Thank
City
you.
Attorney Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no reportable action.
Thank you. We are now moving on to G, Agenda Review. Agenda Review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members under city council member reports. Does any member of the city council wish to pull or modify any agenda item? City Council Member Nash.
Thank you. I would like to pull agenda item K5 about the zero landscape equipment rebate.
Are there any other agenda items to pull or modify at this time? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so we will move on to public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate times for members of the public to address the city council on agenda items that are coming up. These include presentations and proclamations, study session, consent calendar, public hearings, regular business, and informational items. City Clerk Herron, at this time, can you please call for general public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, if participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. And this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. We are now moving on to I, presentations and proclamations. We have one proclamation this evening, I-1, proclamation recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. City Clerk Herron, can you please call for public comment on our proclamation item I-1?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I-1, proclamation recognizing July as Park and Recs Month, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on our proclamation item I-1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. So I'm now going to read I-1, our proclamation recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas Parks and Recreation are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Menlo Park. And whereas Parks and Recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Park and Recreation promote time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Park and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas Parks and Recreation are essential and adaptable infrastructure that help our communities be resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas the City of Menlo Park recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Jen Wallison, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, recognize July as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Menlo Park. And to accept this proclamation today is our Library and Community Services Supervisor, Tricia Mullen. Ms. Mullen, please. Thank you. We are so lucky to live in a community with such incredible parks and recreational activities. I just want to take this moment to publicly thank our city staff for the incredible 4th of July celebration that they put on, especially Natalia Jones and the team and everyone in city staff who took their 4th of July to come and provide our residents with such a celebratory event. So thank you, and thanks for all you do every day. Okay. It's always fun to have a feel-good moment here on the dais. And we are moving on to our study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. Our first study session item this evening is J1. Provide feedback on an update to the preferred concept for the Middle Avenue Caltrain crossing design. And to introduce this item is our Assistant Public Works Director, Hugh Louch. Mr. Louch, good evening.
Thanks, Mayor Wilson and members of council, and apologies that I'm not able to be there in person today. I have a presentation that I'll load now, and then we can walk through that. And I also want to note that they're in the
Excuse me,
room.
Mr. Louch,
Oh.
You are coming a little quiet through to
How's
us.
that? Is that better?
A little better.
Okay, I'll do my best to be
better.
loud. I do want to note that we do have a couple staff from Caltrain who are there in the chambers today. So Rob Bernard and Nicole Sultanoff are there, and Rob will do a couple of the slides to explain some of Caltrain's thinking, and then Deputy City Manager Nikki Nagai is also available to answer questions. What I want to do is quickly walk you through a little bit of background, remind everybody what the design that was adopted previously by council. And then part of the reason, we're bringing this back to you is it was a council adopted design. So we definitely wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for council to weigh in as we've had to make changes. Then we'll walk through an explanation of some of the updates and what those look like. And then we have a little bit of information about cost and funding and schedule. So I think this will be familiar to folks. This undercrossing of the Caltrain tracks in the vicinity of Middle Avenue and near Burgess Park has really been on the city's kind of planning for much longer than what's shown on this slide. However, the current sort of effort, if you will, really began when we got money from the Transportation Authority for San Mateo County that allowed us to do design work. That led ultimately, after a lot of public outreach and involvement and technical analysis, into a preferred concept that was adopted in August of 2019. And that preferred concept did, of course, have ramps in a portion of 700, 800 El Camino Real. And council directed us to start negotiating to purchase a portion of that right of way, which is now underway as well. And then in January of 2020, the environmental review was certified for the project, and we'll kind of talk a little bit more about that again probably later. And then just last year in January, we did get that go ahead to start that purchase process and have an agreement with the owner to purchase that, and that'll actually close next year, assuming everything stays on schedule. And then in April of this year, we did come and have a service agreement for you all that you approved. That really allows us to advance into final design. There are a number of kind of technical tasks that we're actively working on right now. So before we talk about what's changed, this is the design that was adopted. You can kind of get a sense. It's about a 62-foot tunnel. You can see ramps on both sides. Middle plaza is down here at the bottom of the screen. And you can kind of get a sense of the ramps. There were a number of constraints that we were working around for this project, including utilities and other things. And of course, our main objective really was to help develop as comfortable and friendly a crossing for folks as possible. So as we've moved into kind of the current phase, another really giant project that's been going on the peninsula, of course, is the Caltrain electrification. And that means all kinds of changes for the way the railroad operates. It obviously means very high voltage power lines along the rail right of way, and it kind of changes how things can be built. And so, initially we had imagined doing what's called cut and cover, where you remove a section of track, put a section of tunnel, remove the section of the other track, put a section of tunnel, and put the track back as you're going. And that sort of worked back when there wasn't electrification, but now that there's electrification coming in, it's not possible to do that type of construction anymore, or it's not, maybe it's not preferred because there's a substantial cost then of rerunning the power. And so the ultimate result of that was a tunnel that's about 3 foot deeper than the one that was shown in that other diagram. And then the other discussion that has come up over the last year or so is about preserving the right-of-way for future use. At the same time we were developing this project, Caltrain was also updating their policies on how the rail corridor is used. And the portion of corridor that we're in needs to be preserved. And I'll let Rob talk about that more in a minute. And that essentially means we need to have a longer tunnel so that the ramps for the tunnel are entirely out of the right of way. So I think folks have probably seen this already. We did distribute this a couple weeks ago through our website and other means. And what this shows you is what the new tunnel length will look like and its approximate location. And you can also see where the old tunnel, the original location of the tunnel would have been. You can also see this piece of property. This is the 700, 800 El Camino Real, sort of little finger of property that we're purchasing to enable us to build the ramps. And, a few things to know, obviously the tunnel is quite a bit longer in this version. We are able to do the ramps a little bit differently. You'll notice that we've shifted the tunnel down, and the reason for that really was there's a number of complicated utilities kind of right at the corner of the sort of where this sidewalk is, that dealing with those would have been quite challenging. And so by shifting it down, we're able to have stairs still and a ramp. And you can actually see the ramp on the Alma side because we can no longer avoid certain utility impacts. It's actually a less steep ramp. And the ramp on the El Camino or the Middle Plaza side is just slightly steeper. So you have to have the landings for ADA, but it's actually less steep than the Alma ramp was, if that makes sense. So, you know, some changes that came as part of this process. And so what I'll do now is let Rob speak to an example of another tunnel that they constructed recently.
Thank you, Mr. Louch. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Again, Rob Bernard, Deputy Chief, Caltrain Design and Construction. I wanted to, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to seek some feedback on this long-held vision of Menlo Park. We're looking forward to continuing our partnership with Menlo Park. We've worked on numerous projects over the years, most notably recently, some crossing improvements to help with safe access for pedestrians across the right-of-way at Glenwood and Oak Grove. As you know, Caltrain has two main roles in the region. One is to provide passenger service on time, every time. But the second hat we wear is to be a good community partner. There's been passenger service on this alignment since the time of Lincoln, going through 3 counties and 20 cities. So Caltrain really seeks to be a good community partner, lean in with our talent and expertise in order to help communities deliver their vision, like the vision for Middle Avenue. And so how do we do that to enhance the livability, sustainability, and the economic vitality of these communities that we call home? So we know that Middle Avenue is one of the long-held visions for this community. It's been in the works for more than a decade. As we were talking about yesterday, Mayor Wilson, we really understand that this connection, this crossing, is a critical link from one side of your community to the other side, providing that safe access to get people to schools, to their homes, and to businesses to link the pedestrian and bicycle network. And as an architect, I really understand that the design details matter and the user experience really matters. And so this image here is of a recently completed project in South San Francisco. This tunnel that's in the image is about 100 feet long, but the details really matter. This image, the tunnel is a little narrower than the one that's proposed here and a little bit shallower, not quite as tall as the one being proposed. But that's an example of why the details really do matter. As you know, Caltrain's been engaged in this project for quite a while. Caltrain's design criteria from the beginning always required our engineers to kind of preserve the existing right-of-way. In 2020, the board kind of stepped in and said, let's create a rail corridor use policy to provide a little more nuanced framework as to advance our community partnership up and down the region of how the right-of-way can be used to help with that, guiding the use of the right-of-way and to support decision-making. And so that's that rail corridor use policy. And as you see in the staff report, there are really a couple of zones. This particular area, if we could go to the next slide, please. This is a cross section. You've got Alma to the right and the El Camino Real is on the left-hand side. You see the area kind of highlighted in yellow in that cross section. This is looking north. This is the area that's kind of designated in our rail corridor use policy that's supposed to be preserved and protected for future uses to support future construction projects. But it also says that it's to be protected from permanent encumbrances. And that allows the technical team to explore the art of the possible. Do we really need this area today to support Caltrain's business needs for operation and maintenance of an electrified railroad? And we're looking to do that analysis when we start final design. Do we really need that for today? And if not, we can look at, is there a way to design it to accommodate a future cap should we need it. And that's exploring that art of the possible. Make sure the walls are strong enough that you could put a cap on it, that it accommodates the future grade separation that's envisioned in the changes in grades. So we can design it as clever engineers and leave it open for today if we don't need it today to accommodate a cap in the future. So we don't put that permanent encumbrance, but leave it for when we really do need it. Obviously, we'd have to do our homework, do their engineering. And if it's possible, then we'd also need to generate an agreement, go to the Caltrain board, come to city council, work with our attorneys in order to memorialize that agreement and that obligation to cap it in the future should there be a need, because it's talking about the future. And this alignment's been here since the time of Lincoln. And we're all going to hopefully continue to have this regional asset for years to come. So I've instructed the team to do that during final design, working between our technical staff. And we're really looking forward to lean in when we start that final design to explore that art of the possible. So with that, turn it back to Hugh.
Thank you. So just two last things for me. One is information about the cost, and this was in the staff report as well. Between both regular increases in cost that I think you all know we're experiencing for infrastructure projects, and then also the change in construction method and other things like that. We do anticipate some additional cost. We right now have secured about 21.8 million between all the various sources that we have. That includes federal and regional and local funding, as well as the contributions from Stanford from the development as well. So we're in decent shape for where we were, but it does look like there'll be about 3 to 7 million more in costs that we can anticipate, and we'll need to be exploring that. Now, as we go through this process in the way that was discussed, we will be looking, of course, for any opportunity to reduce costs or do things more efficiently as best as we can. And this will all get refined as we go into that final design process, which is the next step. And then the last thing I want to leave you with is an update on the schedule, kind of 3 key elements that are going on relating to kind of right away. So that's well underway. You approved the parking reduction of 700, 800 El Camino Real recently, and that enables us, one of the kind of key things we have to do before we can close on that property. Obviously, we started the process of going into final design with the service agreement, this design update that we're doing, and then ultimately we're going to be working towards an MOU that the city and Caltrain will need to agree to that kind of explains how we're going to go through all the design work. And we will have to get approval ultimately from CPUC for this. And so that'll take a certain amount of time as well. While all that's going on, staff anticipates over the next kind of year and a half working with a number of utilities that have to be relocated, especially ones that can, some may be a little bit more complicated, may need to be done during construction, but others can start to be relocated now so that we can move into construction more quickly. And as I think you all know, we're aiming to get into construction in 2025, which is essentially the first time that we'll be able to when the Caltrain electrification project is in full service and other projects can start to happen along the railroad. So with that, thank you. And we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Louch and Mr. Bernard and everyone from Caltrain for those presentations. I think what I'm going to do now is turn it over to City Clerk Karen to call for public comment. And then after that, the council will discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item J1, provide feedback on an update to the preferred concept for the Middle Avenue Caltrain crossing design, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card and return it to me at the clerk's desk. Okay. And our first speaker will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and Caltrain staff. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. And for disclosure, I was on the Complete Streets Commission at the time that this project was coming through earlier. I termed out of that commission, but I did vote in support of the project and the design in an advisory capacity, and continue to believe as a Menlo Park resident that this project is just so important to the future of the city. It connects the city across the El Camino Real barrier for people to get to and fro by walking and bicycling, to schools, to stores, to recreational facilities. And especially in addition, now that we're having more development in and near downtown on El Camino, potentially along SRI and so on, there's going to be even more people who are located and are going to be really benefiting from being able to get around, and across the Caltrain tracks without driving in a car. So just really important project for the city. A couple of questions about what's being proposed with the changes. The Caltrain's principle to preserve the right of way is a good principle. However, I'm not sure if I'm understanding correctly, but I don't think it's necessarily supposed to be absolute. And when I was looking at the staff report, I was, wondering about why this right of way would be needed in the future. The reason that was given in the staff report was about potentially shoe fly tracks that would be needed for a grade separation project in the future at Palo Alto Avenue. That does seem like a reasonable thing where, Caltrain would need to keep running at such time in the future that grade separation is being done. But the staff report said that it would need the space on the El Camino side of the tracks and not the Burgess side of the tracks, which is, it seems like, where the project is being extended. So if if council is interested in asking that question, that's one question that I had. The other question is, it's certainly clear that with electric service, it is a lot more difficult to do what was done in Santa Clara, which is a single weekend shutdown. But I'm wondering, given the extra cost of potentially $6 or $7 million, if there might be, any way that would be, cost effective and practical to avoid that extra cost. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jerry L. Jones, and this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item J1.
I'm a resident of Menlo Park for the last 50 years and have been anxiously awaiting the last 30 years for this something to go in. So I'm glad. So thank you all for continuing on this. My only question is this: when I look back at some of the history, the Palo Alto undercrossing at Homer, which opened up in 2004, $4.55 million. And the only thing I'd like to ask is that there be some additional look at, are there ways to reduce the cost? $25 million, I think that's the number right now. Seems awfully high compared to, if you look just at inflation, that would be less than $10 million for the project costs. And I know there are a lot of design differences. So just keep up the good work. And I'm just a little concerned about why is this so much more than what the undercrossing was in Palo Alto?
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Jones and Ms. Levin, for your excellent questions. And I'd actually like to pose those to either our staff or to the Caltrain staff that are here. Thank you so much for coming. I'll start with Mr. Jones's question. Why is this so expensive? And how can something that would have costed $4.5 million 20 years ago be costing us 25 to 28 million now? Mr.
Yeah.
Louch.
I can start with that, and then certainly we'll look maybe to our colleagues from Caltrain who can speak a little bit to it as well. So there are a number of differences between the tunnels. The Homer tunnel is quite a bit shorter than the tunnel that we're talking about, and so that obviously reduces the cost quite a bit as well. There's a big cost, as you all know, associated with purchasing property that's included in that cost, and I'm guessing that there was not that kind of requirement for Homer. I don't know the specifics, but it seems unlikely given the cost, because just that cost alone is almost for us is almost the entire cost of that that was read out. So some of those things definitely add to the cost. And then, as I mentioned, it's a longer tunnel and an even longer tunnel now, and the construction methods are more expensive to implement. They require more kind of high cost items like steel and other things, or more complicated construction methods that are just by their very nature more expensive. But I don't know if Mr. Bernard wants to chime in a little bit about some of the cost items and what they're seeing.
Thank you. Happy to. I think you hit some of the high points. The Homer was completed in 2004. It is only 36 feet long. This tunnel is much longer. There's the right-of-way cost. As you all know, construction costs in this market have been quite volatile. It also was done with a cut and cover. With the current electrified system, just for context, on the Guadalupe River Bridge projects that we're currently constructing, we had to lower the OCS line to extend the bridge and then put it back up on just one track. Just the construction costs alone was $1.3 million. In this location, there'd be 2 tracks. That doesn't include the cost for design, the added cost for a couple of months worth of additional construction. And at this particular location, if we were to do the cut and cover, the wire service disconnect, when you work in your house, you turn the circuit breaker off so you can work on the light fixture. This particular area, when you hit that circuit breaker, it shuts down a 4.5 mile segment. And so that would drop service between the tracks at Menlo Park going all the way to San Antonio. And so it wouldn't have service at Palo Alto, Stanford, or California Avenue while you're removing and replacing that OCS. It takes a couple of months, and you'd have to provide alternate bus service. And so that sort of construction is very expensive, which is why we're looking at doing something different, which is a jack and bore to push a tunnel through there. So construction in the electrified environment is more expensive than what it was back in 2004, and the cost of construction in labor, materials, and equipment is more expensive. And this tunnel is markedly different, being longer.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. And I think you hit upon one of Ms. Levin's questions about the cut and cover. So it sounds like it's not just about the weekend interruption for the cut and the cover. It has more to do with the electrical lasting months, you said, of being down?
Right. You have to know that replacing the wire is installed in about a 1/2 mile segment. So you need to take down that 1/2 mile segment of wire and put back up a new 1/2 mile segment. And for each track, there are 4 separate wires. And so that's 8 wires. They're at least a minimum of a 1/2 mile apiece. And to drop that, do the work, and put them back up is about a 2-month duration. And during that 2 months, you've got that 4.5 mile segment out of service. So you can still do cut and cover, but it's not necessarily the most economical way to do it any longer, because the impact to the community is different than it was.
Okay, so that's a couple months is very different than a weekend or two. Okay.
Very,
And then Ms. Levin's other question had to do with the shoe fly tracks, and that it looks like if needed, our city's analysis was showing it would likely be on the El Camino side of the tracks, and curious about why Caltrain thinks that they might be on the Alma side.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wilson. So this is Nikki Nagai. I can start with this one. I'm sorry, the staff report may not have been as clear on this point. The city's analysis for the Menlo Park grade separation project would be that the shoe fly tracks would be placed on the El Camino side. The city of Palo Alto, based on our current understanding, is not far enough along in their analysis for Palo Alto Avenue to know which side of the tracks the shoe fly may be placed on. And so the staff report was attempting to describe that from the Menlo Park perspective, as we pursue grade separation, we think the shoe fly would be placed on the El Camino side, but there's still uncertainty for Palo Alto Avenue and that grade separation project. Granted, ideally, they would be built at the same time, but I think at this point, that's outside of our current control, and so leading to some of the uncertainty for which Caltrain wants to make sure that they preserve the right of way for use in the future.
So following up on that, are we then dependent on waiting for Palo Alto to know which side of the tracks they'll be likely putting the shoe fly in order for us to decide the art of the possible on whether you think, Mr. Bernard, whether you think Caltrain will need that right of way in the nearer term?
So maybe I will start and then you can chime in as well. In this case, I think what we'd be looking at is a way to build the framework, we'll say like the bottom part of the U of the tunnel that could be covered in the future if that space is needed for any purpose, whether it's Palo Alto Avenue grade separation or anything else.
But deciding whether or not we're doing the U versus the capped cover, we're not waiting on Palo Alto to make a decision on where they're putting shoe fly tracks.
Correct.
Because I know they're kind of on their own timeline.
Right. So we would be making decisions about a design that could be future-proofed in case they want to pursue shoe fly tracks on the Alma side of
Okay,
the corridor.
thank you, Ms. Nagaya. So I do want to say before we launch into council discussion, I'm curious to hear what my colleagues have to say. Mr. Bernard referenced a meeting, and I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Bernard yesterday with Ms. Nagaya and Mr. Louch and our city manager and some other members of Caltrain, including their newer executive director, Michelle Bouchard. And I'm also I also serve on the local policymaker group, which is a Caltrain body that doesn't have any power, but we meet regularly to talk about rail issues. And I've been participating in this corridor-wide grade separation study. So we had a very fruitful conversation about various rail issues in Menlo Park, including grade separation, Middle Avenue, Quiet Zone, San Francisco Creek. I feel like there was another one too. A Quiet Zone. Did I ever say that one? Anyway, lots of things going on along the rail in Menlo Park. And so this whole idea of the art of the possible and really explaining what I did was brought some maps and showed some connectivity and kind of where Middle Tunnel plays in the larger Menlo Park landscape. So I really appreciate you being there and for coming again today. And I'm very curious to hear my colleagues' thoughts. To me, I am still very gung-ho about this project. I think it's a critical piece of infrastructure. We've been waiting forever for this. And I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. Of course, I would want, and as I talked to Mr. Bernard yesterday, really want to have it as open as possible. And if we can do the 68 feet and then the additional 62 feet with the additional 28 feet open for now until Caltrain needs, much better than the closed 90 feet. But for me, we need to move forward with this project. And if we try to kind of talk to Caltrain and say, no, we want to do it like this, we don't want to do it like that, we kind of might get nothing, or this could get punted. And as we know, Caltrain's working on electrification right now. Once they come up for air, there's going to be a queue of projects. And so I want to keep Menlo Park kind of at the head of that queue. So I'm interested in keeping moving forward. I appreciate Caltrain's partnership on being open to exploring this idea of keeping that additional 20 feet open. I think it's really important to people in our community feel safe and secure in that tunnel. I'm also interested in looking at security options of video cameras and other ways we can monitor the tunnel for safety. But my sense is it is what it is, and we should do what we can do. But at the end of the day, this is a critical piece of infrastructure for our city, and I'd love to hear my colleagues. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I think you basically covered it all. I think the most, it is important to get it done. I hear strong support for it in the community. The big concern is to make sure that it is safe, comfortable, friendly, as has been described. So I think when it's possible to get renderings and just get a better feel for that, that would be very helpful, but I am in support.
Would anyone else like to share their thoughts on Middle Tunnel? Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, thank you. I'm really excited for this project. I know a lot of time and a lot of energy has gone into it to create connectivity for our community across both sides of the Caltrain. And so really excited to see that move forward. And as we look at this $3 to $7 million increased price tag, I think this is another moment for us to think about what transportation grants might be available through the bipartisan infrastructure law. I know there are funds set aside there to work on transit and bike and pedestrian friendly options. So really eager to see how we fill this gap that we now have. Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, so I've spoken on the project and then several times it has come up in some capacity to council during my time, whether it was the acquisition of the property. I have been supportive in the past and will remain supportive, so no need to belabor that point.
Great. Anything from Vice Mayor Taylor? No. Okay. So go forth and please get us this tunnel. And I think the two requests we have from council was some further renderings for the public and to, as Councilmember Dorr is reminding us, really look at the infrastructure and other grants coming through the federal government and everywhere. While the price tag is quite large, our city staff has done an incredible job of seeking a lot of funding from a lot of different sources. So right now, I don't know if there's any money coming from the general fund from this. So continue to be creative and expeditious. And I do want to say I've been trying to keep, as my LPMG hat on, I've been trying to keep the San Mateo County reps on the Caltrain board up to date on how this project is coming along. So I plan to just send them an email letting them know kind of where we are with this project. So when it ultimately does go to the Caltrain board, they feel like they're on top of it and are ready to green light whatever they can. So thank you again, Mr. Bernard and everyone from Caltrain. And we look forward to seeing you at the groundbreaking. Okay, thank you. All right, does staff need anything else on Middle Tunnel? Okay, great. Then we are moving on to J2, which is our second study session of the evening. Provide direction on potential revenue generating ballot measures. And to introduce this item is our Assistant City Manager, Stephen Stolte. Mr. Stolte.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I am going to take you through a very brief presentation on potential ballot measures. So next slide, please. We will first start with an overview of our budget outlook. Much of this information was already shared in our June meetings when considering the budget. And then we'll go through a series of 8 revenue strategies before seeking council direction. So regarding our long-term budget outlook, many cities took hits to their major revenue sources during the pandemic, and the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, really helped recover some of those lost revenues. Federal stimulus funding is ending, and so many cities in our area are actually projecting long-term deficits, just like Menlo Park. We're facing rising costs of providing services due to inflation, and there's always growing demand for services in local government in general. So a successful revenue generating measure could replace the loss of an important revenue source that is partly driving our structural imbalance, and that's the city's utility user tax, and it can help close those projected deficits. So next, we'll go through our revenue strategies. This first group of measures are general taxes. They require a majority approval from voters. The council previously discussed these strategies when considering the fiscal year 23-24 budget. So to recap, the transient occupancy tax, or TOT, we received direction from the council to further research TOT for November 2024. And tonight we're looking for direction on researching an additional measure before the city council makes a final determination of placing a measure on the ballot for next year. That decision has to be made by August of 2024. So TOT has largely recovered or returned to pre-pandemic levels. Last fiscal year, we forecasted $10 million in revenue. The next measure is sales tax. In San Mateo County, there are 10 cities that have sales tax rates at the Menlo Park rate of 9.375, and there are 10 cities above that rate. When we initially discussed this with council, there was not a lot of interest, especially given the slower rebound of sales tax from the pandemic. Just to let you know, we forecasted 6.6 million in revenue last fiscal year, and comparing that to the pre-pandemic high of 6.9 million in fiscal year 18-19. So it hasn't fully recovered just yet. Next is business license tax. Currently, Menlo Park bases this tax on gross receipts. So for businesses with gross receipts, so the rate is $750 for the first $2 million in gross receipts, and then $250 for each additional million. And we do have a maximum tax cap of $8,000. That's equivalent to roughly $30 million in gross receipts. So we have 66 businesses out of the approximately 4,400 registered businesses in the city that pay that maximum tax cap of $8,000. When we first discussed this, there were concerns about impacts to small businesses if we really looked at business license tax. And then finally, we have utility users tax. In San Mateo County, 5 cities have UUT rates between 4 and 6.5% for different utility providers. And we do have data from Santa Clara County as well, and they are between 2 and 5%. There were some initial concerns from the city council about UUT and timing. This is a measure that staff likely could research further, and especially with polling. So on the next slide are revenue measures that are focused mainly on capital projects, and they could be used to apply all or some of the local match for large transportation projects, for example. Funding could help advance sea level rise adaptation and resiliency work that benefits Bellhaven and other large property owners on the Bayfront. There's storm system capital projects. There's a lot more in this category as well. All of these measures require a higher voter threshold for approval. It's a 2/3 supermajority. So the first one on the list is general obligation bonds, or GO bonds. Menlo Park has actually used this measure in the past with the success of Measure T in 2001. That measure was for parks and recreation facilities, and the city actually issued bonds in 2022 through Measure T as well. The next is parcel tax. These are property-based special taxes on real property that set an annual tax per parcel, and it can vary by parcel characteristics such as size or type of zoning, square footage, things like that. They can be used for both operational and capital spending purposes, and they're generally used by school districts. So I have this on the list just to demonstrate what's available to us, but I do want to say the likelihood of voter approval is pretty low across the state for parcel taxes. If we look at the past 20 years, only about 52% of parcel taxes brought forward by local governments have been successful. Next, we have the Mello-Roos Community Facilities Districts, or CFDs. They can be used for both capital projects that have a useful life of 5 or more years, and some limited operational funding. And they can also be used for new or extended services. We just can't use this to supplant existing city services. They are special taxes, so they require that 2/3 supermajority vote of either the number of registered voters or real property owners if the number of registered voters are 12 or less within the boundaries of the CFD. So after Prop 13 was passed in California, it dramatically affected property tax revenues for local governments, and Mello-Roos CFDs became a more common endeavor by local governments throughout the state to kind of replace that lost revenue. There are 4 agencies within San Mateo County that currently have CFDs. And then finally on the list are assessment districts. They are based on an engineer's calculation of an assessment on real property, and it can only include costs that provide a special benefit to that assessed property. Currently, the city has an assessment district. It's our landscape assessment district, and it was first approved in 1982 through Measure N. It was updated in 1998 through a ballot measure, and it provides funding for tree maintenance, street sweeping, and sidewalk repair. It was updated after the passage of Prop 218. So it requires a majority vote of it's a little more complicated, but majority vote of the protest ballots returned by property owners, and the votes are weighted by the proposed amount of assessment. So landscape and lighting districts do continue to be formed in California, but in general, new assessment districts are very limited since the passage of Prop 218. So we are seeking direction on researching potential ballot measures for November 2024. A successful measure next year could provide the city with time to consider and implement a suite of budget strategies in the early years of our 5-year forecast and help us preserve our reserves over a longer period. So some of the more capital-focused measures could fall into perhaps a phase 2 of budget strategies. Early on, it might be important to focus on replacing that lost UUT revenue and focusing on the general fund revenue enhancement. The current 5-year forecast projects the potential use of over $20 million of our reserves to balance our annual budgets over the 5-year period. So just to give you an example, a successful TOT measure, if we increased TOT by 2 percentage points, we could reduce the use of those reserves by 40%. So next slide, please. So based on city council direction, staff will charge forward with researching the impacts of the measures on our long-term financial sustainability. We'll get community input on viability through polling, and then we'll report back to the council for further consideration. So I will hand it back to you, Mayor, if there are any comments on a potential second measure for research.
Thank you, Mr. Stolte, for that presentation. City Clerk Karen, let's please call for public comment on this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item J2, provide direction on potential revenue generating ballot measures. If participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please fill out a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Okay, and our first speaker will be Dina Levin, followed by Lynn Bramlett.
Mayor, council members, and staff, and Dina Levin, Menlo Park resident. And given the budget process that the city council has just gone through, it is pretty clear that there is a long-term gap between the things that the city has historically planned, is planning in the future, like affordable housing and environmental justice, and the level of services that we have for residents. And it is certainly reasonable and a good time to start thinking about revenue to address those. For a pass to a 2024 ballot measure, as you know, the deadline for the city council to put the measure on the ballot finally is in August, meaning that a package needs to be pretty well baked by, May or June of next year, which leaves some time for a really thoughtful analysis about what it is that we need and how much it would cost and what the community's values and priorities and goals are and what people would be willing to support. There are a number of concerns about some of the different revenue mechanisms that are being mentioned. The easiest one is the transit occupancy tax, which is paid by visitors and is lower than some other adjacent cities. With a sales tax, the concern is about our, retail, which is, as in many other places, is kind of very slow to come back from COVID. So, refraining from that in the near term seems like a good idea. In terms of a business tax, this is something that I think is a potentially good idea at some point. The concern about smaller businesses, other nearby cities that have business taxes have structured them in a way that protects small businesses. So if you look at how Palo Alto has done it or how Mountain View has done it, we have models that could potentially do that. Although with the kind of return to work, I think there's a question about like when would be the right time for our city to take such a thing on. With UUT and equity, there's state programs to provide utility discounts for low-income people. And that means that there's already a mechanism that if we wanted to exempt low-income households, we logically could. So that would be something to look at. With the capital mechanisms, it's really not clear to me. I'm not sure the city is really clear on what the capital needs are for those capital focused projects. So that would be something else to figure out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Lynn Bramlett, followed by Jenny Michelle.
Good evening, Council. I'm Lynn Bramlett from District 3, and while I'm affiliated with various groups, I am speaking for myself tonight. I have some questions and comments about this topic. First, for questions. The background section in the staff report names growing demand for city services as a factor that places increased pressure on the general fund. I ask what services are seeing demand and from whom? The staff report did not specify, and based on what these are and who wants them, there could be some form of additional cost capture from the users. So, I ask for more information. I also ask if Menlo Park is considering asking the county to share a proportional amount of its $501 million surplus with Menlo Park, along with the other jurisdictions in the county. The surplus was noted in yesterday's Daily Post, and I'm assuming it's true, but of course that needs to be verified. And then the assistant city manager mentioned the business license tax in his presentation with an $8,000 maximum cap. Apparently, no matter the size of the business. I asked if increasing this for larger employers could be considered. My comments, I'll focus on making three main points. I believe that cost-saving measures should be explored and implemented before raising taxes or asking voters to approve bond measures. I think raising taxes, other than perhaps the hotel tax, should be a last resort and only for essential services. And as you probably know, people are asking questions in online forums about the growth of the city's staff organization in proportion to a relatively flat population growth. Though I know day visitors have really grown due to businesses. So to me, that would be a good faith effort to examine where we can reduce expenses before considering some of the ideas in the report. I also agree with Councilmember Dorr that should explore obtaining more funding via grant opportunities. Some of these can be used to help pay for implementation. And I think we need multiple dedicated resources in-house and people who want to work with residents affiliated with nonprofits who are willing to do 90% or more of the work. Finally, the Finance and Audit Committee could help with the needed research and recommendations to council. I think this group could be a real asset to help you based on council directives. And I think they probably need to meet more frequently than the apparent quarterly meetings. So thank you, council, for your service tonight. Your service in general. Over and out.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jenny Michelle, followed by Virginia Portillo. And this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item J2.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, neighbors, members of the public. I'm Jenny Michelle, longtime renting resident, mom of IEP student, recovering homeless teacher, City Clerk Judy fan club member, bringing you bad news tales from the overburdened labor force crypt. Personal comments. Overall, we forget the sheer magnitude of affluence and wealth we enjoy here that is unparalleled. We take it further by having a habit in practice of subsidizing our affluent and criminalizing our poor. Additionally, it is estimated about 68 trillion in wealth will transfer between generations in the next 25 years. Yikes, and also gross. We hoard resources and money and then tell ourselves that there's limited resources. Weird and odd. I directly challenge that habit and suggest it's a question of will or the appetite to fund programs that help us experiencing poverty today, right now. To that, my supportive notes. 1, the business license fee. We need to understand and directly ask how business is conducted in the city and how that translates to dollars for the city, like charging them for employees who drive a car versus take other transport options. A small business should be carved out, say less than 50 employees. On the flip side, large companies over 150 employees or gross earnings in excess of say 3 million annually would fall into a different bracket with no cap. B, let's direct staff to provide comparison of business tax for other cities like Belmont, Palo Alto, and Redwood City. We want to know how your business impacts our assumptions about the load you levy upon our city and resources. C, allocate staff to track businesses who are conducting business within the city without a license. Cross-check the county records office for recent recorded grantee, transferring ownership, track private events. Many of us host large parties or events, fundraisers that add load, which is not fully accounted for. 2, parcel tax. I highly suggest, I know it's not palatable, but I highly suggest increasing the parcel tax on homes, say with a lot larger than 9,000 square feet structure, more than 25,000 square feet. And if you can afford the $7 million home, you can certainly help pay for the local infrastructure that you use a high proportionate of with your load. Again, I recommend reading the New York Times article dated December 13, 2022, The Climate Impact of Your Neighborhood Mapped. Relatedly, what about taxing the country club? I didn't see options for that. I support the TOT tax increase to 14%, same as Palo Alto. Sales tax increase, not really, because it hits those of us in poverty. And utility user tax, where are we currently at? It's not clear in the report. I'm okay with going up to 2%. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Virginia Portillo, followed by James Pistorino.
Good evening. Thank you, member councils and everyone who is present here today. Thank you also to the city manager for doing this presentation. I truly appreciate the attention that is given to the revenue generating measures that we're talking about here. And I do hear my fellow residents. I am a resident of the Belhaven. I do want to mention that we should definitely keep Bellhaven in mind when doing these different council directions, meaning there is a lot of positive on the feedback that we just received. One of them is having this affordable housing for the Bellhaven residents. And I do agree that anyone that has a 9,000 square footage home should pay a partial, should be part of the parcel tax, idea that we have there. Also, I am all for possibly looking at big business, maybe like one of my resident colleagues said there, 150 employees or more. I think that we have plenty of big business in the area that can actually help with this, these different ideas or measures that we're looking into as far as generating money. I'm also, I would like to also endorse Council Dorr in regards to finding grants and opportunities where we can actually implement ideas from or just grant opportunities that we might be missing. I think that also the district needs to look at the different facilities like the country club, or maybe also making sure that the subsidized housing or the community is not impacted by these changes. Again, I just want to emphasize Bellhaven is part of this this communication. And also, I think we talked about supporting and communicating and doing communication for feedback from the public. And I think this is going to be very crucial for everyone. And I would really love for the Bellhaven residents to be part of that poll and finding ways to actually find ideas to bring revenue to the city. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your patience.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is James Pistorino, followed by Pam Jones.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
We fixed our technical issues. Great. This is James Pistorino. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself. I did want to follow up on one of the comments of the other commenters and the presentation from the person from the city. It's a little surprising that the presentation from the person from the city contended there was a structural deficit without revealing that the city staff has increased between 28 and 29% since 2013, while the population has been flat. This city does not have a structural deficit. It has a spending problem. The city revenues have increased dramatically, and the city has been spending them. Now you've got to the point where you're looking to extract more money from the citizens. In 2006, the city made the same contentions about a structural deficit, and shortly before the November 2006 election, it was revealed those statements were untrue. In fact, the city was enjoying a surplus. So likewise now, coming back again, the city contends it's facing a deficit. I'm highly skeptical that's true. In 2006, when the city proposed a tax increase, there was no organized opposition because the people trusted, it turns out incorrectly, wrongly, trusted the city. The city council should expect that that trust is no longer there. And if a tax increase measure of any type were to appear on the ballot, the city should expect an organized campaign of opposition to such a tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Pam Jones, followed by Katie Peruzzi.
Good evening, council and staff. Pam Jones here, resident of Menlo Park, Bellhaven neighborhood, wearing my own hat as per usual. I've kind of been looking at this differently and wondering if we should have our first plan to be able to live off of our means, assuming that we're not going to have any additional income other than what's forecast. and making appropriate adjustments. And I think of when I was working and we had to do something like a time and motion study to determine our efficiency and then make adjustments appropriately. I think we need to do a really deep dive into how efficient are we. That doesn't mean staff is not efficient. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is we don't know. And I think that is something that's important. It may be that we have to have a tax measure next year or the year after, but I think as residents, if we see that the city is doing all that it can to assess itself, to make sure it's at maximum efficiency, and that's funds, not just people, but funds, everything, that the residents are more than likely going to support an increase. The other thing that it's worth looking at is when we look at efficiency, what was it before COVID when everybody was working in office and we were pretty much up to maximum, well, we weren't quite maximum staff, but we were pretty well staffed at that time. And what our efficiency is now that we may have some people that are still working from home or may work from home 3 days a week. To really look at, is that an efficient way to be using staff? Because when we are dealing with public, I believe face-to-face works best, as opposed to trying to, work through something and understanding through emails or through some kind of app that's on the computer where you put in information and then you get, a response by somebody. But I think it is worth it to see, where we are with how we are operating as a city, all of us together, and do this before or while we can be asking for more money, but at least be doing that as we're moving along. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, City Council. Katie Baruzzi. I serve on the Complete Streets Commission, but I am speaking for myself. I have a couple of thoughts. It's been interesting hearing the diverse opinions before me. I am mindful of the fact that it wasn't that long ago that people were coming to council and begging you to staff up again, to bring back some of the services and events and things like that our city wants. I've also heard concerns about some of the backlog I don't understand departments, but I think it's the place where people got building permits. So I know that there needs to be balance. I agree with Ms. Jones that, of course, before asking for more money, we should be looking at everything carefully and ensuring that we are being efficient and we're spending well, and that we're, using the trust of the citizens wisely, earning the trust. But I've looked at the utility user tax rates across the state of California and in the Bay Area, and this to me seems like something that I hope we can go out and poll about and seriously reconsider. It's not as regressive as a sales tax. It doesn't necessarily hurt small businesses in the same ways that some of the other taxes might do. It's something that people have been used to paying. There are ways to exempt people who are financially burdened already, as Ms. Levin mentioned, and it actually can incentivize better energy conservation. So if you use less energy, you pay lower taxes. So I hope that we can go out to the public and do some polling and find out what there's appetite for. But I imagine that on balance, what you'd find is that our city does crave the services and the supports that our staff have been providing and are willing to pay a little more for that. And I hope that we can find ways to do that without, again, overly burdening people who have not been as fortunate. And that's my main point. And I would say that, Mr. Pistorino might be interested in running a campaign against it. I'll happily campaign for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you to all of our public speakers. I just want to follow up on a couple of the questions raised both tonight and some emails and some news articles. So there's a question about a surplus and reports that we have this cushy surplus that we're not telling people about. I don't know if you have a response to that. And then also the data that Mr. Pistorino supplied about our population staying relatively flat, yet our staffing increasing. So if you want to address those, that would be fabulous.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the first one about the reported surplus that's been in a handful of articles so far, that surplus is referring to the city's change in net position. It's from the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR, for the fiscal year 2021-22. And that fiscal year annual budget actually closed with a deficit of $4 million. So the net position, the change in net position of $28 million isn't a surplus. It's actually largely due to Measure T bond issuance that accounts for $16 million. And those bond proceeds, as we know, are restricted to Parks and Rec facilities. Net position also includes special revenue funds that are restricted, and even the value of capital assets like our facilities and infrastructure, enterprise funds like our water utility, and the value of some of our assets, that's not actually cash that we can spend. So that's what we believe the reporters are looking at. It's change in net position instead of a year-to-year surplus or deficit in our general fund budget.
So the structural deficit that we're talking about is specific to our general fund, whereas the reported surplus of 28 million encompasses a lot of different funds. Did I get that right?
That's generally right. Yeah, net position it's the totality of everything. So beyond the general fund. So I would definitely look to our annual general fund budgets to talk about a surplus or deficit there.
And then, well, I asked another question about the population and the staffing, but just following up on the surplus, another comment was made back in 2006. There were claims made by the city that we were running a structural deficit. And then per the speaker, it later was revealed that we weren't. I guess, how confident are we in our 5-year projection, and how can we evaluate the seriousness of our position other than just looking at the 5-year forecast that was provided by staff?
I'm happy to take a deeper dive into our forecasting assumptions that are built into that general fund 5-year forecast. But overall, that long-term trend shows deficit spending every single year of the 5 years and eating away of our one important reserve fund. So I think we could revisit those topics and take a deeper dive to maybe instill a little more confidence in the numbers. In terms of whatever happened in 2006, I would need to research that myself after joining Menlo Park this year, and I'm happy to.
But for members of the public who are curious, one thing they could do is look at the assumptions that are built into our 5-year forecast. And then if those numbers are played with, then it might move around. Can you remind us where we find those assumptions?
They are actually listed in the 5-year forecast document itself. So if you look at the June 27th City Council meeting, I think it's attachment K, you will see in one of the first pages the list of assumptions. And many of those assumptions are informed by third-party experts that are projecting revenues for a variety of cities, and with property sales, TOT, all those types of revenue sources. So, and then the county as well. So we rely on other experts to inform those numbers.
Thank you. And then going back to the question about our population remaining fairly constant, but our staffing increasing. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I would say that for every FTE we add in the city, we are enhancing our expanding services over time. I just think about all of the unfunded requirements and mandates that the city is subject to. You know, stormwater is a big one. There's just so many topics like that where we have to expand on services, and some of it's infrastructure related that people might not even be aware of in their day-to-day lives. But in general, I think most governments are experiencing growing demand for services as well. It's something we hear from colleagues in other cities. I would have to do my own analysis of FTE growth versus population over time. There has been increased development in Menlo Park as well, so development-related services are probably included in that FTE growth.
Thank you. And then one last question, I'll turn it over to my colleagues. I'm following up on Ms. Levin's comment referencing an exemption for lower income folks related to the UUT. Can you share any insight as we consider these different options, how that works and who is exempted, and do we have to opt into that, or is that something built into a UUT measure?
So for each of the measures we presented, staff has done initial research into how these measures could be designed. And for UUT, we basically looked at our old tax and kind of generated some revenue assumptions of what it could generate. So the next step for any of the measures that you would like us to research would be looking into those things, and we can report back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solte. Okay, at this time, Councilmember Dorr.
Could I just quickly respond to that last one? Because I looked it up because I wanted to know what those programs are. There are two programs that folks are eligible through PG&E. That's the California Alternate Rates for Energy Program, CARE program, which is a discount of 20% on gas and electricity. And you qualify with income, or if you're enrolled in other public assistance programs. There's another program as well called the Family Electric Rate Assistance Program called FARA. That's a monthly discount of 18%, and you qualify with income guidelines as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. If I understood the comment about the UUT exemption, wasn't just the discount on the utilities, but actually the tax itself would be exempted. So, but that's something that we would be looking into with more exploration if we move in that direction.
Yes, and with the help of tax experts as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do my colleagues, anyone want to chime in here? This is a study session, so our objective is to give direction to staff. As I believe Ms. Levin, and I think we all trust that she knows what she's talking about, was saying, to get something on the November ballot, it sounds like it has to go on in August. So kind of working back the year we have. So that's why I believe staff brought this back pretty quickly. We only talked about it, I think, at our last meeting or the meeting before that. And so I think there's an urgency here to let staff know. We've previously said we're interested in TOT, but while they go out for polling, if there's another tax or item that we want them to explore as well. Vice Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. Just going back to a few questions that were asked during public comment. One was, what services are seeing the increased demand?
I would need to consult with each of our departments on a more robust answer for you than on the fly right now.
Thank you. And then I'm not sure if I have more of a comment than a question, because, everyone's economic conditions are different. And I know that there are exemptions for some folks if they qualify, which is a challenge. Everyone that needs it does not qualify. I said this before, I do not support increasing taxes for residents in Menlo Park, period. I do not support it. So I'm hoping that we can look at other things. I am supportive of polling our residents to see what they think about where we can generate revenue. I'm also interested in knowing where we can make cuts. I don't think we've had a lengthy discussion about that. I'm not sure how many years ago it was when I saw an itemized budget for the Parks and Recs department. And I know that normally does not come to the city council. I'm bringing this up because I believe we need to live within our means. We adopted a budget, $74 million last week. And so I'm just thinking that we need to do more around looking at how we spend money as opposed to how to generate more money. I have some questions about the Melrose Community Facilities District. Have we ever done one in Menlo Park?
No.
Okay. And the only assessment district we have is the landscape district. Is it possible to create one for undergrounding power lines?
Yes, and actually the the Melrose CFD could also be used for undergrounding.
Thank you. And there was a comment just made about business taxes. Is it possible to only charge or only increase business taxes on businesses with larger than 100 or 200 employees?
Yes, so there are so we've only done initial research into what other cities how they've structured their business license tax, and there are a variety of ways that cities have done this, and some of it is based on square footage of business, rental units, number of employees on the payroll, and then like we do gross receipts. So there's definitely a way to structure a tax that would be appropriate for the Menlo Park business community or more aligned with our business community, but we would need to study that further.
And if we did agree to study that, I'd be interested in knowing how it impacts the business itself. And then also outreach to the businesses as well needs to be included. And at this time, Mayor Wilson, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Anyone else? Councilmember Combs. Oh,
Okay. With regards to the utility users tax, one of the aspects of this tax as it previously existed in Menlo Park was that the city council, I don't know if I'm using the most appropriate verbiage, had to make certain findings of the need. Is that a requirement for UUTs across the board? Or can you have a UUT just as there and you don't have this added sort of hoop to jump through on a regular basis of having certain conditions exist or making findings that certain conditions exist for it to continue?
No, that's not a requirement. That was something that was, from my understanding, specifically added by the city council to alleviate certain concerns at the time that the measure was drafted. And the council could indeed adopt, or could indeed put a new UUT measure on the ballot that does not require those findings.
Okay, thanks. That was my only question. I do have some comments when we get to that part of this discussion.
you're welcome to give those comments now or.
Okay, totally fair. Just going, I'm not supportive of any of the capital projects. I don't, yeah, any parcel, any bonds, I think I'm not supportive of exploring. The business license tax, again, I do think that we need to kick off at some point a conversation about that. As I've seen it approached in other communities, though, the approach is one of like, what's fair, like, right? And that there is a lack of fairness, I think, in ours and a lot of how these business taxes have been historically structured. And whether it's like you go through something where it is, you know, you have something higher than an 8,000 cap, and it is more focused on what you get in our area, these very high income revenue generating companies, or whether it's approached from like, you know, a head count perspective. I know. And so I do think we have to have that discussion. I don't know if this is the right framing for it, because it seems like for us, the immediate issue is we're looking at some deficits in the future and how to address them. And again, like, I think that that's probably not the right setting to have a business-like discussion, but I do think we need to have it. I am supportive of exploring the UT. I am supportive of exploring again, to be clear, of exploring the transient occupancy tax as a way of increasing revenue. So those are two I would be supportive of exploring. And like I said, I do think we need to have a business tax discussion. All the other ones I'm not supportive of.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. Councilmember Nash, we keep looking at you, but no, please.
So first of all, I want to thank staff for the excellent report. It's something which really opened my eyes, for example, to the business tax. And it's before I had thought that it was not, that I wanted to leave it off the table. It is now my top one that I want to explore. In part, the business tax I found out was set in 1978 and has not changed since. So I think that we should be looking at it to modernize, and we should be looking, considering removing the cap or at least increasing the cap. And with that, I definitely would like to look at protecting retail and small businesses who do not have much profit margin, depending how we look at the business tax itself. Maybe we do revenue currently is how the profit margin came into my purview. But if we decide on number of employees or square footage, then obviously whatever is appropriate. But I am very interested in looking at the business tax and certainly modernizing it. Beyond that, I am also interested in considering the UUT and the TOT. And if we do the UUT, I would like it very straightforward, or any tax, I guess, very straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Dorr, please.
Thank you. I want to call out and appreciate the folks who have shared today about the need of thinking about efficiencies and where we can look at how the city is doing current spending. We've talked previously about the need to streamline processes. So like with our permitting process, with how solar permits are done and different things like that. So I'm excited that the city is already thinking about this and excited to continue support the city as we look at opportunities to increase efficiency, which will hopefully have positive impacts on our budget. Along with that, I think it's really important for us to explore, to do some research, to get some public input about some of these options, because we want to maintain a high standard of living for all of our community members and make sure everyone who comes to our community has a high standard of living as well. And, I'm thinking not just about the budget that we passed last week, but also growing demands of infrastructure we haven't thought about yet. The environmental justice element. So thinking about how to reduce noise pollution, how to reduce sound, so noise pollution, air pollution, and other concerns in our community, flooding risks from the creek. That's going to require funds that have not yet been laid out in our budget. Also with inflation, we'll be talking later today about staff increases on salaries. That's also not included in the budget we've set so far. And so the deficit, even for this coming year, is going to be increased. And so we need to do what we can to assess what other opportunities are out there. So I'm excited to assess three things similar to my colleagues: the UUT, the TOT, and I'm going to call it the BLT as the three options. So looking at UUT, especially, I'm not sure if staff can share the image, but table 3 in the agenda packet shows all the different, or a lot of different cities and what their rates are for the utility user tax. And a lot of cities are 5%. And so asking for a 1% tax where there are exemptions for folks who might have hardship, as well as these programs that can help people pay reduced bills, I think is a really promising opportunity. The TOT making us still stay competitive with our neighbor Palo Alto. They're at 14%. We're currently at 12%. And on the BLT, as others have shared, thinking about updating this if it was created so long ago. And also it's more punitive towards small businesses, given that the proportional amount small businesses have to pay for $750 for the first 2 million, and then only $250 for the following additional million. Seems like that could be
redressed and improved. So I'm excited to see us explore those three options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. I'm pretty much in alignment with most of my colleagues here, looking at the TOT, the UUT, and then I see those as the short-term polling. Let's explore that for November. Which one of those rises to the top for November 24? And then I do see a second conversation planning, which I believe you referenced in your presentation, where we're looking more at the structural deficit and in its totality, both with cuts, potential cuts, service level requirements that we have as a community, and then the business tax. I think the BLT, to Councilmember Dorr's BLAT avocado. Can we throw it? No. And this is not, sorry, I don't mean to make light of the situation. I know we never want to burden our residents or our businesses. These are really hard decisions. So I do think that the business tax, there's so many different ways we can go with this tax as referenced, looking at our neighboring cities, looking at the mix of businesses that we have in Menlo Park, whether it's, we just have a really interesting mix here. And how do we leverage the business community in a way that's fair, to Councilmember Combs's point, but that compensates Menlo Park for really being here for the businesses. So I think there's consensus and direction for staff to go forth and explore and consider. We're not making any decisions tonight. We're just asking staff to go ahead and do more analysis, more polling on the UUT and the TOT, and then also to think longer term about coming back with a grander conversation around the structural deficit and the business tax as we go forward. Does that sound about right to my colleagues? Anything I left out? Yeah. Vice Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And as opposed to using cuts, exploring cost-saving measures, I think is the approach. And I just had a question for either the assistant city manager or city manager. Is there a study that basically it's how much time does it take to do X or Y task that's done in government agencies? Don't know what it's referred to, or.
I would need to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the more eloquent way of saying cost savings measures, because there's two sides of the coin here. There's revenues and there's expenses. And so looking at the full picture. And so Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Vice Mayor Taylor said, and that and also acknowledge in response to the public comment, I was probably one of the most vocal people on council about bringing back services. And so, and I understand that comes with costs, and which is why I'm willing to explore, even though I think I've been very also vocal about what I think about additional taxes. But I know that I have been one of those voices that has said that there are these important services that the city provides, that I think it needs to be back. But in the same vein, we certainly should be efficient and very fiscally responsible with how we're looking at the city's budget, to the Vice Mayor's point. And so, but I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. But my change on exploration is very much in response to knowing that I have been a vocal voice in city services being at a certain standard. And I know and understand and appreciate that the standard I've expected and asked for is very high.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. And just wrapping it up with a comment about, what the city thinks about revenues or whatever. The city, all the residents are going to have a chance to really weigh in on this. So, there's going to be, I'm sure it sounds like, campaigns on all sides, and it'll really be up to the residents to weigh in and let us know where they are. So we'll be along for that, and we're moving towards that decision. So thank you, staff. Do you have all the information you need?
Yes, thank you. We have clear direction.
Okay, wonderful. So with that, I think what we'll do is handle the consent calendar and then probably take a short break after that, if that sounds good. Okay, so we're going on to K, the consent calendar. And under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on the consent calendar? And I just want to quickly make a note that City Council Member Nash has requested that we discuss K5, which is regarding the electric gardening equipment rebate program. Oh, and I'm seeing Councilmember Dorr.
Mayor, I request a quick comment on K7, so could you pull up K7 as well?
So we will be having a discussion then on K5, which is about the rebate program, and K7, which is about the 4.5 million from the state for electrification. Okay. City Clerk Karen, please call for, and Councilmember, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. I just have a quick comment on K1.
Okay. So we'll be discussing 3 items. Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor, and City Clerk Karen, please.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on any of our consent calendar items, K1, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Housing Group to provide below market rate housing program administration services. K2, authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment for a professional service agreement with Tim Sheeper. K3, an award of contract for the Willow Oaks and Burgess Parks improvement projects. K4, the adoption of the Zelli ordinance. K5, adoption of a resolution related to electric gardening equipment rebate program. K6, an agreement for the 3705 Haven Avenue. K7, an agreement with the California Energy Commission related to the $4.5 million in state funds. And K8, an agreement for water line construction at 1350 Adams Court. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. So again, this is our call for public comment on our consent calendar items K1 through K8. And seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So let's see if we can still do one motion. So we'll go ahead and find out what everyone wants to say. So Vice Mayor Taylor, let's start with you on K1, please.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And in my request in the fall, hopefully, if we can bring back the BMR policy to do an update. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. City Manager Murphy, do you have any thoughts on that?
Let's see. So there's multiple aspects of the BMR policy and program. So I know that the Vice Mayor has identified a few issues previously. I think a number of them are memorialized in the housing element. So I think it really depends on specifically what it is that we're bringing back. So I don't think I can state one way or the other this evening, but happy to follow up and report back on the overall timeline. We are looking to move forward a number of things the remainder of this calendar year. One of the large ones will be a topic for the council's consideration in August related to the zoning requirements associated with the housing element, and there's a lot of staff, similar staff on that. And we're also in the process of trying to fill staff positions in the housing team. So it's kind of dependent on a few different things.
Okay, thank you. So K5, Councilmember Nash, the rebate program for electric gardening, please.
Thank you. So I'm looking at how someone is eligible for the rebate. And it's in the staff report, it says qualifying residents will be eligible for the rebate if they meet any one of the following criteria. And just briefly, it's First, enrolled in a government or utility financial assistance program. Second, is located in a Menlo Park neighborhood that is disproportionately burdened by multiple sources of pollution with a score of 60, above 60, according to the California Office of the Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. And number 3 is residents over the age of 65. And I would like to understand better what the last 2 requirements, why they were included. My gut reaction is to only do the needs-based program so that we can cover as many residents as possible, and that anyone in D1 or anyone over 65 who would have a needs-based reason would be covered by number 1.
Ms. Lucky, hi, good evening. Actually, can you, do you know which communities have that Enviro score, which neighborhoods? Thank you.
Yeah, the communities that have that Enviro score are mainly in District 1, although there is portions in the Woodland area as well. And so those neighborhoods are, again, disproportionately impacted by pollutants, you know, beyond traffic emissions. There are other factors. And so the rationale for offering that was to provide quicker transition, perhaps even relief on reducing some level of pollutants that are at least caused by gardening equipment.
And then I believe Councilmember Nash had the question about the age also.
So the age requirement, which is mainly for our elderly community who may struggle with the change and have gardening equipment that hasn't expired yet. There are some programs like the home upgrade program from Peninsula Clean Energy that offer it to residents that are over 65. And again, it's just the hardship of typically they do have equipment for a very long time and the transition is a little bit more difficult on something that they might have to retire that is still working. And I would say with other cities that I've polled that have a rebate program, like the city of San Mateo and Redwood City, I mean, they don't have any proposed rules or they're not adopting anything and they don't have anything on the books. But their budget allocation, they've spent maybe about $15,000 over the last couple of years in total. And so the participation rates have been pretty low. I can't extrapolate and say that that's going to be the same case for Menlo Park, but it seems to be consistent across communities. And I do know Atherton has allocated $25,000 as well for their community and their gardeners. I think they're still working on the program eligibility requirements. So there's nothing very specific yet at this time on their program.
So did the San Mateo have the requirement of the age requirement and also the Enviro score requirement? And thank you for clarifying.
And thank you for that follow-up question. I should have mentioned that they don't have any criteria or hardship criteria for residents to access the rebates. And so their residents get up to $250 regardless of income.
So and it's per address per year, same as has been recommended here.
Yeah, and again, another just follow-up for Redwood City and San Mateo, they are providing rebates for leaf blowers mainly, so not the other equipment.
So my point is I'm concerned about providing the most money for those in need. And I'm
Can I make a
curious, please.
suggestion? Would it be possible if to go with staff's recommendation, but then to have you come back in maybe, 6 months or a year, or when there's some data, and then if we need to adjust from there, would that be a possibility?
Yes, it can keep track of who's qualifying and under which eligibility criteria and kind of monitor which
And if
is-
we're going
or-
through the money really quickly, then we can tighten up the requirements.
Yes. Yes, and I would say that not even to put a timeline on it, just if you see a need to come back, please do.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes, I noticed in K5 as well, it mentioned that there is a state program that had $27 million to provide discounts for electric gardening equipment. And I think a couple months ago when it was presented, the report said there was $10 million left. And now just a couple months later, it says $7 million left. $7 million is a lot more than $35,000, the amount that the city is hoping to put forward. And I'm curious if you could just quickly speak to what the ongoing effort will be to still get folks to use that money too, to make sure that that funding is being taken advantage of. Thank you.
Yes, so the current discounted equipment for professional gardeners, it's at 6 million now. So it is being spent pretty quickly. And again, it's for small businesses or micro businesses of less than 100 employees or who make 15 million or less in gross revenue. And we will be marketing to professional gardeners on our lists that we already have about how much is left and that this money is going quite quickly. And then once those funds are expended from the state equipment discounted program, then the Menlo Park rebate would kick in for professional gardeners.
Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. The last question I have is just whether it's possible to start the program earlier than the first quarter of 2024, given that we are trying to get people to transition as quickly as possible.
That's definitely something that we can consider getting up and running. I do imagine that people are going to be requesting this once we start to notify folks about the transition over the next year. So we'll work over the next couple of months to get a soft launch going.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. So, so it sounds like kind of three pieces of direction. One is to come back with if you need to, with updates about how the rebate is being dispersed. Two is to implement it as soon as possible. And then three is to continue to pursue the state rebates for folks. So with those pieces of direction, does that modify, I guess this is a question for maybe the city attorney or city manager, does that modify the consent calendar at all, or is that item staying as is?
Yeah, no, we just consider that direction
Okay,
to the city
great.
manager.
Okay, then we will move on then to case 7 and Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, so K7 is about the $4.5 million to support electrification of homes. And I just want to extend my gratitude and celebration for Menlo Spark, for Diane Bailey, and for our Environmental Quality Commissioner, Angela Evans, for all the hard work that they've done to get this grant, to work with Senator Becker, to get this funding for our community. And I think this is a fantastic example of what we can do when the city, so a commissioner, partners with civil society, Menlo Spark, to identify funding for our community. And so thank you so much to all the folks who have been involved. I know it's not just those three, but thank you so much for all the work that's been done also from the city side to get this grant, and excited to see what we can do with it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. And with that, I'm happy to entertain a motion on the consent calendar. Councilmember Nash.
I will move the consent calendar to approve.
Fabulous. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Nash, a second by Vice Mayor Taylor to approve the consent calendar with the edits to the resolution for item K5. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none. I am just waiting for, I believe, one more vote. Thank you. And so the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And I promised everybody a quick break. So it is 8:16. Let's return at 8:20. Let's do 8:25. Stretch our legs a little bit. Okay, thanks.
All right, having our city council back at our in-person dais. Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you everyone for that break. We are now moving on to L, our public hearing. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. As a reminder, the public hearing has a very prescribed order of things, so we will be doing some formal procedural movements here. Tonight's public hearing is L1. Introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending section 16.43.070, 16.44.070, and 16.45070 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to clarify the process for determining the appraised value of bonus level developments and the required community amenities value for bonus level development projects in the O Office, LS Life Sciences, and RMU residential mixed-use zoning districts, and adopt a resolution updating the previously adopted community amenities list for bonus level developments in the Bayfront area. To introduce this item is our planning manager, Kyle Parada. Good evening, Mr. Parada.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Wilson and members of the City Council. Kyle Parada, Planning Manager. I do have a brief presentation this evening. You'll just give me a second here. All right, thank you. So the presentation tonight will focus on, there's two actions for this item before the City Council, the proposed ordinance for community amenities and the proposed community amenities list update. So I'll get started here. Apologies, I thought I took the transitions out. Sorry, Judy. So the agenda this evening, I'll start with a background on community amenities, more specifically, move into the recommended process and updates. And so what we'll focus on there is the ordinance amendments that are proposed by staff, as well as the community amenities list update that was developed by the City Council Subcommittee. Following that, I'll focus on the Planning Commission's recommendation. So the Planning Commission did review the proposal or the proposed community amenities ordinance amendments and the community amenities list at its meeting on June 5th. It provided a recommendation to the council to introduce the ordinance amendments. It did not, the Planning Commission did not provide a recommendation on the proposed community amenities list. We'll then go into the City Council recommended actions, which are to introduce an ordinance amending Title 16 of Municipal Code. I'll go into the particulars of which sections later in the presentation, and also adopt a resolution approving the updated community amenities list. And then we'll close with next steps regarding the community amenities process here. So with that, a little bit of background, the community amenities process, it's focused on the Bayfront area of Menlo Park. It's part of the Connect Menlo General Plan Update, which was approved by the City Council in the end of 2016. As part of that update to the general plan, the city created 3 new zoning districts within the Bayfront area. Those are the O Office, LS Life Science, and RMU, or residential mixed use zoning districts. As part of those updated ordinances, the city created a system of bonus level development where for an increase in floor area ratio, density, and or height could be obtained by applicants if in exchange for the provision of community amenities. And so the ordinance sets up the required value of community amenities, which is 50% of the appraised value of the bonus level development. And that is the difference between the base level development and the proposed project at the bonus level. As part of that, the community amenity requirement was identified. And so that is a combination or an option to provide on or offsite physical amenities through the adopted list from 2016, or the payment of an in lieu payment, which is at 110% of the value of the appraised community amenity value. A third option that isn't listed here is actually a development agreement to enter into with the city for a provision of potentially a combination of amenities, physical amenities, as well as payments of in lieu payments and amenities that aren't on the adopted list. So just a little context here, the Bayfront area zoning, this is the adopted zoning map from the Connect Menlo General Plan update. The office zoning districts are shown in blue, the residential mixed use are shown in orange, and the life sciences are really light blue, kind of on the bottom or the side right of the map here in close to East Palo Alto, and Willow Road is the main thoroughfare there. And there are areas within these zoning districts that are designated as B or bonus level. And so for the community amenities, they're only permitted in those bonus level identified properties. There are O and life science zone properties that are not bonus level. Okay, and then moving into the community amenity process update. So a little bit of history here. Starting in October of 2020, the City Council created an ad hoc subcommittee to review the Connect Menlo Community Amenities list, among other things related to community amenities. That subcommittee is comprised of Vice Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Nash, and it was started in 2020 when Vice Mayor Taylor was the mayor. So just a little bit of history there. And then through that process in April of 2021, the City Council held a study session as an opportunity for the City Council subcommittee to provide its recommendations to the full council. There are 4 items here that came out of that study session. It was to, the first one, adopt a revised community amenities list, which is an item for this evening. The second one is to adopt an in lieu payment that was ultimately adopted in June of 2021, moving down to the next higher level bullet. And then the third is to adopt a gatekeeper, or what we often call in the staff report, a screening process for community amenities. And then the fourth is to establish a community amenities working group. And so, as I mentioned, in June of 2021, the City Council adopted the in lieu payment option for applicants. And then in June of 2022, the City Council subcommittee provided an update on its proposed updated community amenity list to the full City Council. So this evening, the first item is the zoning ordinance amendments. And so city staff proposes to amend sections 16.43070. That's for the office zoning district, 16.44070. That's for the life science zoning district, and 16.45070. That's for the RMU zoning district. So these are consistent text amendments between these 3 zoning districts. The goal is to provide clarification for applicants on the following. And so it's the date of value for the appraisal will be within 90 days, or sorry, the date of value for the appraised value will be within 90 days of the date of appraisal, but in no case earlier than the application date itself for the project. The second is that the City Council will adopt at a future meeting regulations outlining the appraisal review process for determining the final appraised value, and confirm that the final appraised value will use the same date of value as the applicant's appraisal to ensure consistency between city evaluation and an applicant's proposal. So the proposed ordinance amendments are included in attachment A of the staff report. And then regarding the proposed updated community amenities list, the City Council subcommittee developed the updated, the proposed list. It was forwarded, as I mentioned previously, to the City Council in June of 2022 as an update. The amenities on the list are required to be provided in the Bayfront area between Highway US 101 and the San Francisco Bay. And the updated community amenities list, as I mentioned previously, would fulfill item 1 from the April 2021 study session. The proposed list includes the following topic areas, and they are described in more detail in the staff report, as well as the attached list from the City Council subcommittee. But at a high level, it summarizes carbon-free transit and enhanced transportation, community serving retail, energy, technology, utilities, and community infrastructure in the Belhaven neighborhood, and enhanced quality of life. And so that proposed updated list is included in attachment B. And so, as I mentioned, on June 5th, the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed ordinance and the updated list, and it provided a recommendation to the City Council to introduce an ordinance amending, and I won't read the sections again, but Title 16 of the Municipal Code related to community amenities with the goals and clarifications I mentioned previously. The Planning Commission did not provide a recommendation on the proposed updated community amenities list at that time. The Planning Commission generally cited comments or potential concerns about the need for more information, specifically for the dollar values for the items on the list, as well as why the specific items were on the list, and more information on the outreach process. And so as mentioned throughout the staff report and in the City Council subcommittee's additional background letter in the staff report, the subcommittee did hold formal and informal outreach meetings since the formation of the subcommittee in 2020. Multiple discussions with residents, developers, staff, and other community members. And from a staff perspective, we do want to also respond to the request for dollar values from, and so there were values in the 2016 list. Those were estimates at the time to kind of help provide a benchmark or a framework. As we've gone through the process of evaluating proposals, we do an evaluation of the proposal based on the cost of the developer to deliver the amenity, if it's a physical amenity. And so the dollar values that are in that list are really at this point out of date and not part of a benchmarking process that the city uses to evaluate. So providing those values may not actually provide information that's helpful to the community in determining what is an appropriate community amenity as part of a project. And so staff would recommend continuing with our current process of evaluating on a case-by-case basis. And so with that, the City Council requested actions for this evening. The first one is to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance amending Title 16 of the Municipal Code. So once again, that's in Attachment A. And then the second item for the council to consider this evening is adoption of a resolution updating the previously adopted community amenities list, and that is in Attachment B of the staff report. As I mentioned previously throughout the presentation, the list would be used for bonus level developments. This updated list would also be used by the city in addition to applicants. So when the city is pursuing projects with money that's available from the Community Amenities Fund, so that's the fund where developers provide an in lieu fee payment to the city at 110% of the required community amenity value. The city would be looking at this list if adopted by the City Council when pursuing projects with the money in that fund. A point of clarification for the City Council and the community: this updated list, if approved this evening, would not apply to any housing development projects that were previously submitted as of this date under SB 330. And as mentioned in the staff report, city staff is looking for clarification from the City Council on the updated list regarding the restaurant uses and whether or not those uses can be used multiple times by multiple applicants for development projects in the Bayfront area. And so briefly, next steps. So tonight's the introduction of the ordinance. So the next step would be to adopt an ordinance, or what's commonly referred to as a second reading. Staff's requesting that the council introduce and waive this reading and waive the second reading as well to adopt the ordinance at a future meeting. That's tentatively scheduled for August of 2023. And then following that, the City Council would consider revisions to the appraisal instructions to implement these updated ordinance amendments. That could also be in August 23 is tentatively scheduled for that time frame. And then the third would be to review draft community amenity implementing regulations, which would really update the appraisal review process, as well as create the screening process. And that's tentatively scheduled for August as well. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parada. So are there any clarifying questions from the City Council before we open the public hearing? I'm not seeing any. So at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. And City Clerk Karen, will you please call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our public hearing item L1 related to amending the municipal code to clarify the process for determining the appraised value of bonus level developments and required community amenities value for bonus level development projects, Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item L1. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. So I will now close the public hearing and open the item up for City Council discussion. Perhaps the subcommittee would like to kick us off. Any comments? I know you both worked very hard on this list and on the community amenities, and thank you for all of your work on that. Is there any comments or Vice Mayor Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I believe our only comments are just thank you for having it on the agenda, and we're grateful that it's at the council's in the front of the council now. So thank you.
Wonderful. Councilmember Combs or Councilmember Dorr, any comments, questions about this? Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, thank you. I know it was mentioned that about the kind of public outreach that you all did, but didn't go into details. And I'm curious if there are any lessons learned that the rest of us on the dais could learn from as well, and as the city thinks about further outreach, if there are things you learned in your outreach on this community amenities plan that we should be thinking about. Thank you.
Councilmember Dorr, that is a great question. And if you had asked this 4 years ago before COVID, I probably would have a different answer. That was the biggest challenge, was doing outreach. And I think being creative with having hybrid, which we did not do, but that would be the lesson learned, is being able to do hybrid meetings and then doing them regularly. And also having the meetings on days that folks can attend.
I actually have a few comments and questions. So I guess this is for the subcommittee, probably. I'm looking at your community amenities list. And again, thank you so much for putting this together and working with the community to develop this. So I'm thinking about, this is for items that we want money to go towards. The last bullet on the last item under enhanced quality of life is sustainably fund a Bayfront task force. And I was just wondering if you had any more information about this, because I want this to be successful, and I just there's a lot in there for that task force to cover. I'm just curious how you're envisioning this.
So that's a very good question. We are seeing this as basically a task force made up of community members, and at this point, there seems to be a very successful outreach effort within the environmental justice and safety element. And we are thinking of sort of building off of that, and have had an initial discussion and need to have more. So essentially, it's trying to not replicate things that are already in working well. And
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I know that when we, I think when we talked about the environmental justice element, we were speaking about CRC or another kind of group that can continue to live and work. And so funding for that makes a lot of sense. And adding to that, one thing I wasn't seeing on this list, but I think it fits into what you're talking about, is enhanced communication and kind of like a liaison for hard to reach populations in District 1. So I don't know if that kind of fits in there, but I think I understand what you're getting at. Thank you for that clarification. Following up on staff's question about restaurants, because that was in the the staff report and the proposal, I noticed there's a comment about focused on sit-down restaurants. And then I think there was something that staff was seeking clarification if we wanted kind of a range of restaurants. So I just wanted to understand better because I definitely understand the importance of sit-down restaurants and having high quality food and amenities. But there might also be, you know, a need for a sandwich shop or another item. I wouldn't want everything to be fast food, obviously, but curious if that's something, I don't know if that's a question for staff or for the subcommittee, but if you want to offer any insight,
So really what we're looking for are healthy options and to avoid fast food restaurants. And also to have a variety of restaurants if we are going to duplicate them. But I think that the idea is that, yes, we certainly welcome restaurants into the Bayfront area. One of the things we're seeing right now is many, many more units of housing and still no services there. There's still no groceries. Well, there's little grocery options, few grocery options, and the transportation. And also we are really looking for robust services, still looking for robust services in the area.
So my only potential wordsmith on that then maybe instead of focused on sit-down restaurants, like focused on healthier eateries or non-fast food eatery, or I just, I don't know if that needs to be edited or maybe City Manager Murphy, if you want to chime in, if there are Mr. Parada or Vice Mayor Taylor on, yes, Mr. Parada, sorry.
Sure, thanks. So what staff was looking for some clarification here is on the current list, not the list that's in front of the council this evening, it identifies restaurants and the previous list from 2016 identified once an item is used, it's off the list. And so in theory, there is an approved project at 111 Independence that had a coffee shop, which is effectively a restaurant under the old, I shouldn't say old at this point, but the 2016 adopted list. And so what staff was looking to understand is whether or not the city council would like, if one restaurant that could be broad is used, then there aren't any other additional restaurants, or if it's a variety of restaurants, staff could evaluate each restaurant individually to determine if it's different from a previously approved restaurant. So perhaps there's a sit-down restaurant one spot, a coffee shop at another, those types of things to kind of help staff as we evaluate proposals for that variety that we're looking for.
Councilmember Nash?
And I would also say the location is very important so that you don't have coffee shops right next to each other or any other restaurant, basically just that we get as much spread out as possible.
Yeah, my feeling is one restaurant doesn't mean nobody else gets a restaurant, and staff can use their professional judgment and discretion to decide when there's enough restaurants or to come back if there's a flood of people wanting to implement restaurants. But it seems like we'll have hungry people over there. Vice Mayor Taylor, was there anything you wanted to add? Okay. And then my final comment, and I'm all for adopting the list, as it is. I don't think any of my comments changed anything materially. One consideration for the future, especially once we've adopted the environmental justice element, I believe since this list was developed, the environmental justice element and the outreach for that has taken place. So I would be curious for staff to do some kind of analysis or kind of mashup of things that have been requested in the environmental justice element with things on this community amenity proposal, and potentially for the next round of the list being adopted. And maybe we don't wait 8 years or 7 years for the next adoption, maybe like a year, that we consider if there's an opportunity to add in some of those environmental justice elements to the community amenities, if the subcommittee is in favor of that idea. If not, I'll let it go. I just wanted to bring that up. Vice Mayor Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And it's my understanding that this is based on bonus level development. I think in the future, my assumption is that it would be exhausted, like the development would be exhausted.
I'm not sure I followed that, but it sounds like Mr. Parada did. So
I think I can respond if okay. So the general plan update for Connect Menlo did study, or it has effectively a cap of 4,500 units in the Bayfront area. There's about 3,000, and the numbers escape me. It's in another staff report this evening, but we're about 1,000 or so shy of that number. Each additional housing development project, though, does need a full EIR because we didn't study that many unrestricted dwelling units. But there is development potential in the Bayfront area. There are RMU zoned properties that are that have not filed applications, and then so that's just the residential component. There is square footage available in the life science and office zoning districts. So there could be development that comes through at the bonus level. As the staff report does identify, we're currently processing a number of bonus level projects that we're still working through the bonus level development appraisal process with. And there certainly could be more in the future in the life science bonus zoning district, as well as the office bonus.
Thank you for the clarity, and that will likely happen after we do work around our circulation, transportation, and services. Thank you.
I'm not totally clear. That was an interesting exchange. I'm trying to understand how it relates to
basically-
the environmental justice
Oh,
element.
with the environmental justice
outreach.
element, with the outreach, it's related to the overdevelopment of one area and the impacts of it. And we're addressing the environmental justice as addressing a historical issue, and we are adding to it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. City Council Member Nash.
So I would say that, yes, we're definitely anticipating that some of the work that's coming out of environmental justice element will be candidates for the in lieu community amenity in lieu fund, and that we will adjust the list as needed. And that's actually part of the idea of the task force being related to the environmental justice work, and so that they all just add to each other, and rather than in any way compete.
I appreciate you bringing that up, because I guess one of my questions was, so the intention of this list is for a developer that has a bonus level development to pick an item on the list and kind of implement it themselves, or to pay this 110% in lieu fee. Is this list also a place, like the list for projects to be drawn down for those in lieu fees and for that fund?
Correct. Yeah. So the community amenity fund, excuse me, would be used. This list would be used when staff are looking at projects to apply those funds to. So yes, staff would also use this list for its projects.
And then how will staff determine? So I know with like BMR funds, we have a NOFA where we accumulate a fund, and then we do a notice of funding availability, and then folks apply. How will we go about what projects and how much are being allocated towards what and when? How does staff foresee? Because right now we're actually accumulating, is it called the Community Amenities Fund? The Community Amenities Fund 369. That's where the money is going, the in lieu money. So at what point does that go towards the items on this list? And I thank you. But I guess Mr. Parada and then Vice Mayor Taylor.
Well, so I'm happy to start. I mean, I think it's a process, and I think it's something that we are looking into as staff. I don't think at this point we have a procedure or a written process the same way as Mayor Wilson mentioned for the BMR in terms of a NOFA. We don't have that currently, but it is something we are looking into in terms of how to distribute the funds or rather how to allocate the funds to a specific project. So that is an ongoing process and discussion that we're currently working through.
Thank you. Councilmember
So
Nash.
I believe we envisioned that this was something where the projects would actually come out of the community, out of the task force, and sort of evolve from the community, and also through the environmental justice element. Projects would be identified, which would then be eligible for in lieu funds if that is an appropriate place to an appropriate way to fund them. And I don't believe we yet have, I'm looking to the city attorney, a process for spending those funds other than we know that it's my understanding is that it needs to be a city council approval to spend the funds, and that the funds must be spent on an item on the community amenities list. The community amenities list itself is ever evolving.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with all that.
And then just to clarify how this all fits in our larger city processes and priorities. So then let's play this out for a minute and say that the task force or the EJ group project rises to the top and they determine that this is the time to do X project. Let's say undergrounding utilities. I'm just making this up. So then would that then go into the CIP and it's being funded by the Community Amenity Fund, and then it kind of gets, how does it fit with our larger council goals, priorities, CIP, staffing, but funding? Mr. Murphy.
Yes, so you've kind of framed it well, and that's all to be determined. So I could just point to one example from this past budget cycle. So the adopted budget, there was one what's kind of defined as a project, Bellhaven Park improvements, that was identified, I think, at the May study session that the council had for what that would involve. So focus on 2 existing parks and 1 area of land that could be enhanced in some way for some sort of open space. So it's the Carly Clark Park, Hamilton Park, and land near that the city owns along the Willow frontage roads. Those were the 3 kind of geographic areas under a heading of Bellhaven Park improvements. And I believe roughly $300,000 or so, 300,000, 350,000 was identified from the existing community amenity funds to go towards that. And that's initial design work to kind of scope out what the potential improvements could be, the actual construction costs associated with potential contemplated improvements could be hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars from there. So that process kind of, in a way, it was because it was a separate dedicated funding source, enabled that project to kind of float to the top potentially sooner than some other projects, if they had gone through the more traditional process, would have occurred. So there's still work to be done to actually identify any level of staff resources, whether that's city employees, contractors, whatever, to actually work on that project to advance the project. But it's in the queue. There's funding associated with it. So that's the one concrete example that we have.
That's helpful, City Manager Murphy. So it does sound like we need some kind of process to have it mesh with our larger city tempo and everything.
I would say wholeheartedly agree with that. I would say that I think the one of the focus areas that's coming up is the work to be done on the environmental justice element, and with the action plan that the council identified the framework for. And so that would be coming up in this fall timeframe. So that would definitely be extremely helpful. I believe in it's up to her if she wants to bring it up. I've had multiple conversations with Vice Mayor Taylor about some potential ideas that are floating out there that need to kind of gel and solidify, but it's going to require a bit of a process to work through that.
Thank you. I don't want to get us too off track of what's on the agenda tonight, but I don't know if Vice Mayor Taylor, if you want to say anything. I appreciate you going. I know you are very steeped in community amenities and processes. As someone who's not on the subcommittee, it's helpful to just be able to see how it all fits. So thank you. And so to understand this correctly, tonight, we are looking to adopt the ordinance that has some wording changes in the different zoning district ordinances that basically say we're going to come back with more regulations around exactly how to appraise and how to do all that. So that's what's coming back to us coming up, and then approving this list, knowing that we can always modify it as needed. Okay, are there any, thank you for indulging me in all these questions and clarifications. Are there any other questions or comments, or would anyone like to make a motion?
Mayor Willison, I'll make the motion to approve.
And I'd like to second.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Taylor and a second by City Council Member Nash to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending section 16.43.070, 16.44.070, and 16.45070 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to clarify the process for determining the appraised value of bonus level developments and the required community amenities value for bonus level development projects in the office, life sciences, and residential mixed use zoning districts. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, everybody.
And we're
thanks-
also going to need to do a second motion for the resolution if the city council would like to proceed with that.
Vice Mayor Taylor, would you like to move on this one as well?
Thank you. I'll make the motion to approve.
I'd like to second.
Thank you. All right, so I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Taylor, a second by City Council Member Nash, to adopt a resolution approving the updated community amenities list for the applicants to utilize in providing community amenities for bonus level development projects in the Bayfront area. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thanks again to staff, Mr. Parada and City Manager and our subcommittee and the community that helped put this list together. All right, we are moving on to M, regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is M1, waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance requiring safe storage of firearms in residences. And to introduce this item is our Police Commander, TJ Moffitt. Good evening, Commander Moffitt.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Again, Commander Moffitt with the Police Department here on behalf of Chief Norris, who couldn't join us today, to present the state safe storage firearms ordinance. If you could go to the next slide, please. I'll do my best to be concise. Back in January of 2020, Council directed the city attorney to bring forward an ordinance requiring the safe storage of firearms in residences. Around the same time, the County of San Mateo developed a uniform ordinance adopted for the unincorporated areas of the community and has been encouraging cities to adopt similar resolutions within each of the cities. Next slide, please. So this proposed ordinance is actually building on existing state law, which requires that any new firearm or firearm that's transferred from one person to another is either sold with a gun lock or that the purchaser be in possession of a safe. We have several California jurisdictions that have adopted similar storage ordinances, including a number locally. And with that, what I do want to note in regards to this ordinance is the intent of the police department is not to proactively go door to door doing compliance checks on what would otherwise be legal gun owners. So with that, we're requesting that council waive the first reading and we introduce this ordinance requiring safe storage of firearms in residences. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commander Moffett. City Clerk Karen, will you please call for public comment at this time?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item M1, waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance requiring safe storage of firearms in residences. If you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. And our first speaker will be Alexandra P., followed by Katie Hadrovic.
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Pavlidakis. I'm a volunteer with Peninsula Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, which is a really strong presence in the peninsula and particularly in Menlo Park. Moms Demand Action is a nonpartisan grassroots organization made up of both non-gun owners and gun owners alike, with the goal of reducing gun violence and improving gun safety for everyone. We believe the Second Amendment can be respected while simultaneously better protecting people through common sense gun legislation. As we probably all unfortunately know by now, firearms are the leading cause of death in children and teens ages 1 to 19 in the United States. Research shows that safely storing firearms can make a dramatic difference. For example, one study has found that households that lock firearms and ammunition demonstrate a 78% lower risk of self-inflicted firearm injury, bless you, and an 85% lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children. Keeping guns securely stored does not hinder self-protection. A gun can still be accessed within seconds. The locks and safes that are made nowadays can be very quickly accessed. They're also easily, relatively affordable, as cheap as $25, $50. And oftentimes many police stations give out free trigger locks. One thing, Moms Demand Action supports civil penalties and not criminal penalties. This is because we believe criminal penalties are unnecessary. Most firearm owners are law-abiding and will follow the law if it's simply in place. Having this ordinance on the books will help change our culture, much like the seatbelt laws and the prohibition on smoking in restaurants. The laws were passed to reduce deaths and prevent harm to innocent people in response to a public health crisis, which gun violence is in our country today. Following those laws, the non-smoking and seatbelt laws are second nature to most people today. Don't even think about it. Lastly, most of the cities have, in San Mateo County, have already passed safe storage laws. Menlo Park is one of the last in the county. Daly City and East Palo Alto just passed theirs recently in the last few months, post more recent Second Amendment Supreme Court cases. And so we strongly suggest that Menlo Park move forward with the safe storage ordinance and that a civil penalty be adopted only, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Katie Hadrovic, followed by Carol Orton.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for, can you hear me okay? Oh, okay. Thank you for your time.
My name's Katie Hadrovich. I'm a resident of Menlo Park, and I have been a resident of Menlo Park for 23 years. When I first moved here, I brought my 3 small children with me. They are now 3 large adults, and I loved raising them in this safe community. As many of you know, I am also a member of the Menlo Park Library Commission, and I value that role, and I value being a part of a commission that champions safe spaces in our community. I'm not here in that role today, though. I am here as a member of Moms Demand Action, an organization that I've been a volunteer with for several years. And I value that role, and I value Moms Demand Action and the work they've done in our country. I particularly think safe spaces should be in the home. And I think our children, teenagers and adults can benefit from a safe storage ordinance. I thank you for taking up this issue. I thank the Menlo Park Police for actually supporting and bringing this ordinance to you tonight. I especially thank my own council member, Drew Combs from District 2, of which I'm a resident, for introducing this topic to the City Council back in January of 2020. I'd like to read from a Everytown for Gun Safety statistic. We are all safer when guns are stored, unloaded, and locked and separate from ammunition. One study found that households that locked both firearms and ammunition were associated with a 78% lower risk of self-inflicted firearm injuries and an 85% lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens compared to those that locked neither. Another estimate that if half of households with children that had at least one unlocked gun switched to locking all their guns, 1/3 of youth gun suicides and unintentional deaths could be prevented, saving an estimated 251 lives in a single year. This is a particularly important component of the law to me because when I was a teenager, I lost a dear friend to a suicide with a gun that had been in her home. Now, as a middle-aged woman, I wonder what would her life have been like if only that gun had been locked up during her teenage angst. As a Mom Demands Action volunteer, I do ask you to consider removing the criminal penalty in the current version of the ordinance. From my point of view, the intent of the ordinance should be primarily to change behavior and to educate the population on the best way to prevent the danger of unsecured guns in the home. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Carol Orton, and this will be the final call for public comment on regular business item M1.
Hi, this is Carol Orton. I'm also a longtime Menlo Park resident, 30 years, raised my children here. Coincidentally, I'm also a member of the Menlo Park Library Commission, but again, I am not here in that capacity, but rather as a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, and mostly as a concerned citizen, reading and watching the news and becoming aware in recent years that the number one cause of death of children and teens is from guns. I just find it appalling, and I don't want to repeat everything that the others have just said, but I think the research has shown that it just makes sense to try to avoid accidental, unintentional discharge of guns that are not stored securely, preventing them from being stolen and used for illegal purposes. And so again, I would echo the others in asking that this ordinance be passed, but without the criminal provisions, just civil penalties. I do think that education and change of mindset is important. So thank you for considering it again, and I look forward to passage of this ordinance.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Adina Levin, followed by Leah Elkins.
Hello, good evening. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. Wanted to echo the previous comments, thanking the City Council and police for bringing this ordinance forward, and really calling out the public health crisis that is caused by the use of guns, and so therefore supporting what the previous speakers have said, including the not having a criminal penalty, but instead having a civil penalty. The other question that I have based on the presentation to date is, it's certainly, appreciate that the police presenter has, there's like no intention to go door to door to seek to enforce this ordinance. And it would be, for the public speakers to be the grounds for important public education about the value of the safe storage of guns. And therefore, I'm wondering if there are any proactive plans regarding that education, like, what would be the sites and locations and initiatives to help spread the word about how important and valuable it is to have guns be safely secured. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and our next speaker is Leah Elkins.
Hello, thank you very much for taking my comment. I have submitted a written comment, and I have talked to a number of you about this topic over the years, and I just want to give my thanks to everybody who's been involved, the city attorney, all of the council members and the police department for bringing this ordinance in front of you for consideration. Of course, you know how I feel about this, that the storage of firearms is more important than many other things, considering the crisis that's been involved and the leading cause of death having risen, have now become firearms being the leading cause of death for children, which hasn't been the case until recently. So whatever we can do to make sure that children are safe in our community, we should be doing. And I wanted to address the last comment that Adina Levin made regarding the education component. There are cities, I know that Mountain View and I believe Sunnyvale have utilized a postcard that's mailed out to all city residents talking about the elements of safe storage and notifying everybody of the new law. So that's something that the city council could consider. I have a copy of that Mountain View postcard, I believe, and that I can forward to you. So again, thank you very much for bringing this forward, and I look forward to a passage of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Virginia Portillo.
Hi, thank you everyone for speaking about this ordinance. I think it's great, but I have more of a comment. Have we thought of maybe making a revenue out of this particular ordinance? Maybe, like I think the previous call mentioned the education component of that. So maybe having our Menlo Park Police Department kind of host classes on firearm handling, or just locking them down. I don't know, that could be maybe something that we can look about bringing in revenue for the city in a way. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Thank you to all of our public speakers. I think I heard two main questions come out from public comment. One's probably for Commander Moffett about outreach and education and what's the plan to let folks know about this and how can we leverage this to really educate. And then the second question might be more for our city attorney related to criminal versus civil penalties for violations. So I'll start with you, Commander Moffett, please.
Thank you for your question, and I can definitely begin to answer the first and actually provide some context on the second as well, if that's okay. So in regards to the public outreach, it's definitely something where we would be leveraging social media, those type of tools that we have access to and followings with, Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor. We also have opportunities with things like National Night Out coming up that we can really have that face-to-face conversation with our neighborhoods and our communities. I'm not familiar with the Mountain View flyer or mailer, but that's definitely something I'd be happy to look into or have the department look into. I'm not above stealing a good idea if there's one that already exists. So happy to look into that further and report back to council. In regards to criminal penalties associated with this proposed ordinance, obviously we will entertain the direction of council with what ultimately is decided. But what I do want to highlight is, as proposed, it's an infraction is the first offense, the second offense, the third offense. An infraction is equitable to getting a ticket for not having your seatbelt on. So this is not, the goal of this ordinance is not incarceration, it's education and compliance, I think has been shared as a sentiment from the speakers here today. A fourth violation in a rolling 12-month period, a fourth violation occurring within 12 months of the first offense is the first exposure to someone under the proposed violation to be potentially subjected to a misdemeanor charge. Knowing that in reality, we're going to discover these potential offenses in response to dispatch calls, which could be things like domestic violence, child abuse, or something much more benign. The fact that we would find that same unsafe environment 4 times within a 12-month period is a cause of concern for me, and I think warrants at least a consideration of an escalating response in some capacity that ensures we get that safety and compliance that we're ultimately looking for. And even if escalated to a misdemeanor offense, if that's the direction council chooses to go, that does not mean that that person is going to get swept up in handcuffs and taken to jail. Realistically, there's other underlying factors that are most likely going to escalate into other charges if we're there 4 times in a row with unsecured firearms. That's kind of my thoughts on it. With that said, I'm happy to defer to the city attorney's office for any additional comment.
Yeah, thanks, Commander Moffett. I agree with all of that. So the way that the proposed ordinance is currently drafted is it deems violations of the ordinance an infraction. And as Commander Moffett said, infractions are indeed criminal penalties, but are not subject to jail time and sentencing. Under California law, you cannot be sentenced to jail time for an infraction. Our code, the city's Muni code, outside of the safe storage ordinance that's before you today, says that where there are 3, and this was just explained as there are 3 infractions in a 365-day period, a 4th infraction would be deemed a misdemeanor. That applies to every violation of the Muni code that is deemed an infraction. That applies to the Zelli ordinance as well. As an example, it's very rare in the city, and I don't know that Commander PD may not be able to cite a recent example where a violation of the city code has been prosecuted as an infraction. It is more common that there would be an administrative citation issued, which is also an option under the safe storage ordinance. But for the reasons that Commander Moffett just articulated, retaining the ability to have multiple offenders who violate the safe storage ordinance on multiple occasions in a 365-day period is an important tool that we'd recommend retaining, and we utilize that tool for we have that tool available for any variety of violations of the municipal code.
And one follow-up question, City Attorney Doherty. So as we've seen, or as we heard, these types of ordinances are being adopted. As Moms Demand Action said, we're one of the last cities in San Mateo County to be adopting it. Is this written similarly as other cities that are doing this? Or are we this exception in that?
Yeah, so I did not go through all the various ordinances in San Mateo County to compare, but I'll tell you that for the safe storage ordinances that I have worked on and have seen in other cities that I work with, this is standard language.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. I'd like to turn it over, and thank you, Commander Moffett. I'd like to turn it over to my colleagues for any comments, questions. Councilmember Combs?
I'll move, but if I think there may be some comments, so maybe I'll hold off on moving.
We'll circle back to you. Councilmember Dorr?
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation through the questions about how can we be proactive to ensure that folks know about this. So I appreciate the talk about public education. And I'm curious also if anyone, City Attorney, or anyone knows about if there are gun stores required to sell safe gun storage containers, or is there any rule that says you have to present a receipt of buying a safe storage before you can register or buy a gun? And I'm curious if there are any county or state level rules that can proactively help us apply this ordinance and increase safety.
Yes, I believe that for jurisdictions that do have commercial sale opportunities, that those jurisdictions also have the opportunity to have commercial safe storage regulations. Actually, I'm confident that they do. We are not a jurisdiction that has commercial sale opportunities. Or do we?
At least on Google Maps, I looked it up because I was curious. The only gun stores I'm seeing are farther down south near Cupertino or north of San Mateo. And so those folks wouldn't be required to ensure that someone has a safe gun storage when they buy it and bring a gun back to Menlo Park.
I can perhaps expand on that a little bit if that's okay. And maybe I misunderstand the question, but if the question is, are licensed gun sellers required to either provide some sort of a storage mechanism or request that the purchaser show that they have already purchased something? Yeah, that's codified in state law. And so this is just expanding upon that. So the most common basic lock that would come with a purchase, if the purchaser requires one, those can be acquired for as little as $4. That's the most basic locking mechanism. Those either have to be provided with a new firearm purchase, or for example, if you say I have a large freestanding safe at my home, you have to provide some specific information about what you already own to negate the need to purchase that lock. Some firearms manufacturers by default just include that with the gun when it comes as a package from the manufacturer. But there is a requirement that one of those two requirements be met, and the same in a private person-to-person transfer that occurs through a licensed gun dealer.
Thank you so much for that context.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to acknowledge the Moms Demand Action demand or ask about reducing it from criminal to civil. That I think we all are sensitive to this as well. And we just passed a gas leaf blower, also known as ZELI, Zero Emission Landscaping Ordinance. And that, as our city attorney mentioned, this kind of is a blanket way we handle these. So we're not signaling, we're not targeting the gun ordinance to have any stricter things as our other ones. And given, for me, given what the city attorney and the commander said about the rarity and kind of the extreme situation that would have to occur for it to move to any kind of criminal, I'm comfortable with how it is. And I hope that we haven't done anything that you will demand that we do, but we do appreciate your advocacy on this issue. We really do. And I hope, and I think we take your comments and feedback very seriously. So thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Combs, did you want to restate your motion? Or that you're moving?
Yeah, I'll move. I'll let the city clerk
Oh.
clarify that. Oh, no.
And it
what?
looks like Councilmember Doors already seconded it.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to the city clerk.
Oh, yeah, I can withdraw. Oh, yeah, that's all cool.
But we're not gonna, right? We're
No,
good?
I'm not
Okay.
gonna withdraw.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by City Council Member Doer to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 8.33 Storage of Firearms to Title 8 Peace and Safety and Morals of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to require the safe storage of firearms in a residence and amending Chapter 1.12 to make Chapter 8.33 violations and infraction. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with the vote. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron, and thank you again to everyone who worked on this. Okay, we are moving on to M2. Bear with me for a moment. M2 is adopt a resolution to ratify the successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and the Service Employees International Union Local 521 expiring June 30th, 2026. And to introduce this item is our Administrative Services Director, Brittany Mello. Good evening, Ms. Mello.
Yes, good evening, City Council. So before you tonight for council consideration is the adoption of a resolution to ratify the successor agreement with the Service Employees International Union Local 521 or SEIU. SEIU is a bargaining unit that's comprised of non-supervisory and non-sworn personnel working across all city departments. SEIU represents approximately 74 classifications or unique positions with 136 current full-time equivalents or FTEs. The existing Memorandum of Understanding or MOU expired on June 30th of this year. The city held a hearing to receive public input before initiating negotiations with SEIU back on April 4th. And Charles Sakai of Sloan Sakai, Young and Wong was appointed by the City Council to serve as the city's chief negotiator. Mr. Sakai and Human Resources staff participated in negotiations with SEIU from April through June, reaching tentative agreement on June 22nd. SEIU members ratified the agreement on June 30th. The key terms of the agreement are summarized within the staff report and shown in the redlined version of the MOU in attachment B, and I will briefly highlight each of the proposed items. The proposed agreement is for a 3-year term ending on June 30th, 2026. There would be a general salary increase of 1.5% in year 2 and 3.5% in year 3 of the agreement. And additionally, there are targeted market-based adjustments for 3 classifications that were found to be behind the market following a total compensation study that looked at overall wages and benefits. These positions would be brought up to the market in year 1 of the agreement. There is a proposed one-time $2,000 lump sum payment per SEIU employee. And SEIU employees previously entered into a retirement cost-sharing agreement where they have been contributing 6.67% of the CalPERS employer rate, in addition to the required CalPERS employee rate that employees pay towards their retirement. This cost-sharing amount would be reduced by 4% to 2.67% in year 1 of the agreement, and then would be further reduced by the remaining 2.67% to 0 in year 2 of the agreement. The city contribution amount to employee health benefits would increase by 4% based on the annual Consumer Price Index, or CPI, for the San Francisco Bay Area. There is a proposed addition of 1 floating holiday, and there are proposed adjustments to increase the amounts paid for when employees are called back to the work site after their shift or performing standby pay after hours. There are proposed adjustments to the safety shoe allowance, the uniform allowance for non-sworn police positions, and the tool allowance. And finally, there are some cleanup items related to bereavement leave and union security to comply with current state law. So the total fiscal impact for the proposed 3-year agreement is $3,213,450, or an average annual cost of $1,071,150. Of note, the fiscal year 2023-24 budget does incorporate already a 3% placeholder wage increase and 4% increase to the benefit costs. So staff is asking for an additional appropriation of $425,274 for fiscal year 2023-24. And this concludes my report, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mello. City Clerk Karen, will you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item M1, adopt a resolution to ratify the successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and SEIU, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item M2. Seeing no cards or hands, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you, Ms. Mello. Is there any council comments or discussion? Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And my only comment is the market has established a low wage for employees working with our most valuable residents, our children and our seniors, and we have opportunity to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. All right, I can go ahead and make a motion to adopt the resolution to ratify the successor agreement. Is there a second? I believe Councilmember Dorr silently seconded. And as a reminder to my colleagues, it's important that were you waiting for me to call on you? No.
No, but I will
Okay,
verbally and
okay.
vocally say I second the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you, much appreciated. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Willison and a second by City Council Member Doer to adopt a resolution ratifying the successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and SEIU expiring June 30th of 2026 and appropriate the additional funds in the fiscal year for the 2023-24 budget. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to M3, which is to adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective July 16th, 2023. And again, Ms. Mello.
Thank you. So the item before City Council for consideration is to adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective July 16th. This is an administrative item to amend the salary schedule to incorporate the salary changes related to the successor labor agreement between the city and SEIU, which the council just approved. The salary schedule lists the salary ranges for all authorized classifications in accordance with state law. Because there is no overall wage increase in the first year of the agreement with SEIU, only 3 classifications are being adjusted with this amendment. These classifications were found to be more than 5% behind the market median, according to the total compensation study that was done in November 2022, which helped inform labor negotiations. The salary ranges are being adjusted based on the survey as well as internal salary alignments. The costs of these adjustments have been incorporated into the fiscal year 23-24 budget through the adoption of the successor MOU. This concludes my report, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you again. And City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item M3, adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective July 16th of 2023. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item M3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Are there any comments or discussion on this item? Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I just want to share that during negotiations, I asked that we look at our lowest waged employees, and specifically our teachers and folks that work with our seniors. The wages are not livable, and we talk about moving towards equity. However, we keep adopting inequitable wages for our staff. And if you look at our salary schedule, our childcare teachers, some only make $55,000 a year. And if you do the math, it clearly is not enough to live off of. And I'm hoping at some point while I'm on council that we can move towards a livable wage for all of our staff, starting from the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. All right, Councilmember Combs is moving, I believe. Is there a second, a verbal second?
I will second.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs. I have a second by City Council Member Nash to adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective July 16th of 2023. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on to N, our informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, N1, City Council agenda topics, N2, update on the next steps for reduction of speed limits, N3, transmittal of city attorney billing, or N4, a summary of the environmental justice and safety elements feedback, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Right, and our first speaker will be Adina Levin. And Adina, if you can let us know which item you are speaking on, please.
Hi, yes, Adina Levin, and I'm speaking on the environmental justice and safety comment summary. And I have for environmental justice participated in the Bellhaven community climate team, whose acronym I kind of garble, and heard and saw the summary of the community feedback. And and I made, I think, one of the comments at the environmental justice study session. In the summary, it mentions improved safety for bicycling, and the community feedback include bicycling and walking. And I'm pretty sure in my comment, I mentioned walking in addition to bicycling. And so that should be covered in that summary. And that is my short comment.
Thank you for your comment. All right, this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items I-1 through I-4. All right, our next speaker will be Virginia Portillo. And if you could let us know which item you are speaking on, please.
Thank you, councils. I wanted to also comment on the environmental justice aspect of the communication here. And I just wanted to comment that if these community services or organizations are dealing with the environment and addressing a lot of the issues in different parts of Menlo Park, including Bellhaven, such as CRC or whatnot. If we can possibly make sure that if children are involved, young adults or whatnot, I would really love if one of the criteria they cover is for having its members, or especially the young, or not the young adults, attend, city council meetings so that they get exposed to what is being communicated or what is being said within their city. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but I think I would really like one of the items that, or criteria that they suggest for its members or any, teenagers, adults, is to be exposed to city council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. So are there any council brief questions or comments about the informational items? I see Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, on N2 about streets, I just want to acknowledge that we got some really thoughtful emails on CCIN today, asking about other opportunities to reduce speed limits on some really critical streets that are part of Safe Routes to School. And just a note to the public that this is on my mind, and I'm sure other folks are thinking about other streets as well that they care a lot about. And so even though these other streets are not included on this list, the conversations are continuing with city staff to see what we can do to move things forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. I think we all are very interested in safe streets. So thank you. Any other comments or questions about the informational items? If not, we are moving on to our city manager report. So City Manager Murphy, good evening.
Yes, thank you. And to just a few announcements. So one is just to piggyback on what you said earlier, Mayor, about the recent 4th of July event. So big success, great seeing so many people downtown, reestablishing, but also modifying the event related to the 4th of July. So there was a parade as in years past, but the parade route was downtown and ended at Fremont Park. And so great opportunity to celebrate on that day. And so in the spirit of downtown and Fremont Park, tomorrow is kicks off the summer concert series. So it's over the coming weeks, there'll be concerts on Wednesdays at Fremont Park and 2 concerts at Carl E. Clark Park. So that's all listed on the city's website. Tomorrow, it's Love Bomb, a classic soul and R&B at Fremont Park. A couple other announcements. So our Commander Moffett mentioned that National Night Out. So this year it's in every year it's the first Tuesday in August. So this year that falls on August 1st. So the city will be pushing out information on National Night Out in the coming weeks. We can mark your calendar for August 1st for that event. And highlighting some of these things because the next regular city council meeting is not scheduled until August 15th. So as the council may recall, but for the benefit of the public, the council did reinstitute kind of a little bit of a summer break to reflect the hard work of the council and allow some well-deserved time away for council and also for the community. So the next city council meeting is not till August 15th. And so in the meantime, I would just encourage people to continue to subscribe for updates from the city through either the weekly digest or the weekly library and community services newsletter. And you can, if you're not already subscribed, you can go to menlopark.gov/subscribe to subscribe to both of those opportunities. And with that, that concludes my updates for this week and this month.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy, and I hope you have a well-deserved summer break coming up. So fellow council members, any report outs from you? Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, I had the chance to meet with Mr. Tom Ziegterman, who serves on BOSCA, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, as well as serves as Senior Director of Water Resources and Civil Infrastructure at Stanford. He took me over to see the Searsville Dam last week and talk about opportunities to improve flooding infrastructure and to make sure that our community stays safe as rains become more variable moving forward. And given the construction that they're hoping to do along the Searsville Dam of making that a natural ecosystem, a natural flowing creek as opposed to a dammed up lake. And so that was really neat to speak with him. And if you'd like to chat more about that, I'm available to chat. Something else I'd like to give a notice to the community about. I've so appreciated everyone who's come to my office hours between folks who are 7 years old to 80 years old stopping by. I will have office hours next week and the week after, so the last 2 weeks in July, but my office hours in August and September will be remote by request. And so please reach out if you'd like to speak, but I will not be at the bakery on Tuesday mornings in August or September. Thank you.
They'll miss you there. Any other report outs? Then I can't believe it. That was a big agenda and it's 9:53 and I'm adjourning the meeting. See everyone August 15th. Good night.